Vážené dámy, vážení
Dear ladies and gentlemen, chcel by som vás privítať na našom výročnom na našej výročnej konferencii. Konferencia bude v dvoch jazykoch, v slovenčine a v angličtine, takže ak nerozumiete mojej angličtine, nech sa páči, sú tu slúchadlá, tlmočníci to pretlmočia. A ak budem hovoriť po slovensky a vy nebudete rozumieť ani mojej slovenčine, ešte stále si môžete zobrať tlmočnícke zariadenia. Tí z vás, ktorí nás sledujú online, majú možnosť zvoliť si jazykovú verziu podľa svojich preferencií a celé podujatie bude kontinuálne tlmočené do slovenského alebo anglického jazyka podľa potreby. I'm honored to welcome you to today's 8th Annual Business Centers Conference held by AmCham. Today's conference is called Resilience and Sustainable Growth. Today, the word resilience and sustainable growth and growth as such are topics that are addressed by all the politicians, by all the businesses, non-profit organizations, everybody around us. I'd like to kindly ask you, we want to make sure that this conference is interactive. So, of course, there's Slido application ready for you. So if you open on your smartphones the website slido.com, or if you have Slido application with hashtag BSCF, sorry, you can put your questions anonymously, or you can sign your questions. That's up to you. And after each panel, you'll have the opportunity to put questions to our panelists. We believe that the program is quite attractive, even though in this dynamic, and I dare to even say unpredictable era, you never know. So we believe that the program will be enjoyable. We wanted to invite the representatives of the government so that they tell us how they perceive the shared services sector. We'll have a very interesting panel about the shared service center of the municipality of Bratislava. And we will be also talking about the brand of Slovakia, what it means for investors when they decide to invest in Slovakia. But not only about the international investors, but also when the international investors want to get their managers and leaders of organizations to get work here, expat, so to say. You all receive registration cards with your names. When you turn them around, there's a program on them. So if you want to know what's next and you don't want to wait for my information, you just turn your card around. Today's conference will be filled with novelty and surprises. It's for the first time when we hold this conference in hybrid format. This means that we have people here physically in Jurkovičova tepláreň, but we have also people online watching us, and you all have the opportunity to put questions. So those of you who are in your offices or in your living rooms, in your sweatpants, use your phones, tablets, PCs, and get in touch with us, interact with us, put your questions or comments. Hopefully we will roast our panelists properly, and there'll be, of course, a constructive dialogue. Before I invite the first guest to the stage, as traditionally, we like to basically tell you more about what the shared service center sector is about. We have an overview of facts and data that we collected from all our members, and we put them together in a short video that I will then comment later in my slides. So I first just play you a short video, and then I'll tell you more. Okay, so this was a short video, just a short snapshot of what was happening in 2022 or since the most recent conference. So let me just give you a context of those slides. I mentioned at the beginning that this conference is going to be filled with surprises and things that perhaps you didn't expect. There's going to be some of them in my presentation, so let me tell you more. Business Service Center Forum and its mission is to raise awareness of the sector and to educate wider public, the state institutions, public institutions, educational institutions, students, potential employees, and their parents, so that they know if, for example, their child starts to work in the shared service center, what it actually means and what kind of work is executed there. When we talk about our goals, there are three major objectives. The first is sharing information within the sector. Each month, each quarter, we meet at various forums, whether it's the HR group or the CEOs groups or executives of the shared service centers, and we share information, what's been happening, what are the challenges at hand. Perhaps we look for some shared overlaps. Second goal, communication and cooperation with national and local authorities. If you look at this photo, this is a photo from 2019, from the pre-election discussion. I'm sure you know those faces. And these are the people that we talk to, and hopefully, even though these faces may change, the dialogue with the state authorities will remain the same. And the third goal, or third ambition, if you like, is to interact with universities and secondary schools and to show them the trends, what are the skills and experience that we need, what's the desired skill set of the graduates, so that they succeed in the employment market, especially when it comes to BSCs. We're happy that we have 3 new members. Last year it was 34 business service centers, and this year it's 37 BSCs. Hopefully this figure will continue rising. When we look at the demography of the centers, the first very nice and pleasant surprise that for the first time in 8 years, the share or ratio of males and females has now been dominated by women. So 50.5% of employees are women. Previously it was 48 to 49. So we're very happy. We're very happy that girls and women are succeeding in finding their employment in shared service centers, and the gender equality is working in practice. 67% are university graduates, whether it's the first, second, or third degree. Perhaps it's a surprise that 9% of EU citizens and foreign nationals. Last year it was 11%. So what happened? Why 2% decline? Well, during the COVID crisis, a number of expats or foreign nationals returned to their home countries. A number of Slovaks returned home. So that's why the share of Slovak and non-Slovak employees, whether these are EU nationals or third country nationals, the ratio has slightly changed. So now only 9% of EU citizens and foreign nationals work in BSCs. When we look at what these centers represent, they're relatively young collectives, average age 35.7. So these are young, dynamic collectives, teams that have no problem to adopt a fresh graduate of a secondary school or a university, and those people feel like at home. 4.3% headcount increase against 2021. This means another 1,200 positions opened in shared service centers. 11% managers, and the total number of employees, 37,000 employees. I know it's 37 members, 37,000 employees. This is a coincidence. It doesn't really coincide with the actual average number of employees in a shared service center. So let's now look at the geographic distribution. First year it was mainly Bratislava, but when you look at the map of Slovakia and see where companies are opening their branches, we are also talking about Nové Zámky, Nitra, Piešťany, Považská Bystrica, Žilina, Martin, Banská Bystrica, of course, Košice and Prešov. There's regional development. These centers are being opened where the talent is, and when the secondary schools and universities are able to generate sufficient qualified workforce. This is the only slide that didn't really change dramatically. There has been just cosmetic change of the figures, but the distribution of types of activity of business shared service centers, it's pretty even. There are three major segments: customer operations, finance, and IT services, and then some smaller segments such as legal and procurement, engineering, technical, HR, and marketing. Languages used in business services, and I'm not talking, of course, in employees communicating between themselves, but in communication with the internal external customers. Of course, English 100%, but there's German, of course, but then there are even more exotic languages like Hebrew, Swedish, Korean. And this is the answer, perhaps, why shared service centers in Slovakia are so successful. No, and you may say, well, if you tell us that it's so successful and it's so great, so what do I get in exchange for working in shared service centers? Our members make sure that for the added value and the work and hard work the employees provide their employers, there's adequate compensation. And there's a 3.6% annual growth in salary. Those of you who are good in maths or in accounting, and you look at the difference between 2021 to 2022, there's an increase by 8.6% within the sector. So basically, we are a sector that is able to pay its people. We are able to appreciate skills and talent and help the people, also young people and fresh graduates, and to start. We enable them to have a decent start of their career when it comes to compensation. Talking about the contribution of shared service centers, this is a typical debate with the representatives of the government. They tell us, well, okay, you are foreign companies, you tax all your income outside of Slovakia, which may be partially true. I'm not an accountant, but I don't think it applies across the board. You know, after all, our contribution to the economy are employee income tax, social security, healthcare security, and other costs. And this is the first surprise. For the first time in 8 years, we've exceeded the the benchmark of 1 billion paid out on salary expenses. Since 2021, or between 2021 and 2022, from September to September, the salary expenses exceeded 1 billion euro. So what about COVID? COVID has perhaps left us, but major part of 2021 and 2022 we spent with COVID-19. So we asked our members how they were influenced by the COVID pandemic. We mainly asked them how it looks with their operations, whether there were any limitations, did you have to close down, or did you have to address the situation somehow? So 97% of our members said we had no problems. Continually, with no major issues, we switched from office operation to home office operation, and we saw excellent resilience of the sector. The sector as such has no problem facing such huge challenges. A pandemic, working from virtual environment or remote work is a standard aspect of working for a shared service center. Talking about the productivity, a number of colleagues tell me, well, when these employees work from home, they don't spend so much time at work, or they don't dedicate so much effort. They have, TV or kids or ironing, cooking, whatever. 70% of our members said they didn't experience any change of productivity or efficiency. Even 22% of our members indicated an increase of productivity. So the coffees and lunch breaks in office certainly have some influence on the productivity. So when you're at home, it doesn't mean that you are less productive. So how the employees are working now, the COVID seems to be sort of disappearing. Nevertheless, more than 2/3 of companies indicate that at least 50% of their employees continue to work from home office, and even 14% of our members indicate that at least 90% of their staff is still working remotely. There's no tendency to get them back. They found the modus operandi, if you like, so that the business works as usual, even with home office. Talking about the state aid, another good news for the state authorities and public institutions, 76% of our members did not apply for any support from the government since the outbreak because they were not impacted by any decline in productivity. There were no orders cancelled or terminated. There was no pandemic, no need for pandemic help or aid. So the resilience of the sector and its contribution for the state, for the government, is excellent. You can see it on these figures as well. Now, this is very optimistic information, and it's fine. But what about the challenges we're about to face, looking ahead? 40% of our members expect further centralization of the services, shared service centers, within their mother corporations or sister corporations. So we expect that in the next year we'll see perhaps some growth, hopefully interesting growth. Talking about automation, this is a huge topic in this segment. Automation, robotization, standardization. As much 54% of our members plan that at least 10% of their processes will be automated within the next 2 or 3 years. What may be a bit puzzling, 41% said they have no plans in automation, but it doesn't mean they do not automate or do not standardize. They just said, well, we do the best we can, regardless of 10, 20, 30 or 40%. We'll just want to make sure we automate and make things more robust, more resilient. We'll just streamline somehow. If we look at, well, perhaps there are some real estate brokers in the audience or owners of office buildings. Well, this is a question that we were receiving often during COVID. So are you going to close your offices? People are at home, people work remotely, you won't need any office? Well, 62% of our members do not expect any major change when it comes to their rented or leased office area. Perhaps this is related to rental contracts or lease contracts signed, and some companies are still looking for the hybrid solutions or 50-50 or, well, any sort of modus operandi. When I was talking to real estate agents, they said from Friday to Monday, these offices could be rented through Airbnb. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it seems everybody's in the office. We'll see the comparison between Bratislava and Košice, but this is more of a joke in a way. When we look at how we are going to continue in terms of work from home or office-based employees, and 59% of members expect that at least 1 or 2 days in the week will be spent in the office, and 3 or 4 days remotely. It really depends, and companies really care about the work-life balance of their employees. They want to address this issue also in this way.
When we look at the growth of the headcount, 86% the members expect their headcount to grow with the ongoing centralization, with certain organic growth of the center. So it is expected that there will be pressure on the educational system. 89% has found a kind of a hybrid type of operation. Even today's conference is hybrid. Some of you are sitting in your offices, some of you are sitting back home, others are here. And this is going to be the new normal we expect. And there is lack of qualified and skilled resource. This is what hampers our sector. Our sector wants to be more dynamic, wants to grow more, but there is a lack of skilled headcount or resources, and this is not only a problem of Slovakia, but it's also a regional, global problem, and it's a great barrier to further growth. When I presented this, when I made this presentation somewhere else, somebody commented, well, they are playing all the time on their tablets, but no, this is not the case. They are working with automated systems. If we look at the salaries, 92% of our companies expect salary rise, continuous salary rise, and this doesn't have to do with inflation or economic turmoil or recession, but it's about the fact that the lack of human resources is basically pushing the salaries up. And if you want to keep your skilled labor, your skilled resources, then you need to pay them well. The attrition rate is about 10%, and I have seen colleagues from different consultation companies, and generally in this sector the attrition rate is 15–20%. So we are better than the rest of the world, and we can create better conditions for our staff, in spite of the fact, in spite of the overall situation. One of the panels will focus on brand Slovakia, and I have chosen this image intentionally. If you look at this picture, you see this mishmash, and it's difficult to actually read what's on there. And the brand Slovakia is difficult to read. It's a challenge for our skills, but let's see what the investors are going to say and how the foreign companies perceive brand Slovakia. And when we talk about cooperation with the educational system, in the academic year 21–22, 600 teachers and students participated in our trainings and courses. It's plus 100. So we are really comparing to the previous year. So we're not sitting around, but we are really trying to do something about this challenge we are all facing, and that is the lack of skilled resources. I'm really privileged and honored to show you the logos of all the companies that are part of our big family. It's very probably difficult to squeeze them into one slide. Those are all our members, plus many more. Those are trying to really promote our sector, trying to make our sector attractive for young, talented people. Without partners and support of strong brands, this would not be possible. I'm talking about this forum, I'm talking about this conference. So the AmCham is really the base for business shared services. The Ministry of Economy of the Slovak Republic has been our long-term partner, and even this conference is organized under the auspices of the Ministry of Economy, then SARIO, the Slovak Agency for Development of Investments and Trade, and then the faculty of different universities. If you were interested to learn more about this conference, the videos, slides, presentations, everything will be available on the webcam of AmCham under the conferences. But if you wanted to dive into the topic, you can also check our Facebook, and you will learn more. And also you can meet with our colleagues in informal environment, or drop us an email, whatever. So we really hope that we have tuned you into the topic, and that you are really positive about this, that in spite of the fact what is happening outside, and in spite of the fact what we are actually receiving from the media, there is also positive news. There are positive things happening. At the beginning of the conference, when I was making introductory remarks, I was mentioning that it was quite a challenge for us to get the representatives of state on board to this conference, but finally we managed, and this is just a little taste of all our speakers and panelists that will be present, so that you really get some idea who is going to present at this conference or be in the panels. But now I'd like to welcome the State Secretary of the Ministry of Economy, Jan Orovec, and he will share their perspective on how do they see our centers and this whole sector. Welcome. Please take a seat. I am not going to grill you about the price of the electricity and the gas. That's for different forum. The Ministry of Economy is our long-term supporter and member. So how do you perceive this? You have seen the results. So what do you think? Thank you very much for the invitation. I really feel like at home, because I'm a frequent guest from the very beginning of the project, from the time when you started organizing those events, and I also feel at home because, it feels really nice after all those problems in the economy, after all those problems, issues. It's like, everyday reality is like Mordor to us. It's like Harry Potter's darkest place. So this is a really light spot of our economy, and I'm very happy that it works so well. And we were already talking about this, and that what you do is really important, that you are an organization with a very high that I used to represent businesses throughout my life. I used to represent employers, and your organization really represents your sector. The level, the extent to which you represent your sector is very important. When you represent the Association of Trade, you can't get more than half of the entities on board, but your organization is really representative of the sector. The number of employees employed by the companies in this sector, and if I recollect it correctly, you represent 94% of the sector, so you are the most representative sector in Slovakia in your industry, and this is very important from the perspective of what you can communicate, that your voice is really strong and representative, but even more so, it's important what you can do with your members. You can carry out surveys, and if you carry out a survey among your members, then we get a really good picture of what is happening in your sector. And we are very glad that it's very optimistic, it's very detailed, and to my knowledge, there's not a single other organization in Slovakia that could present such a detailed image and offer such detailed information about this any sector. Well, you have already outlined the fact that you used to represent employers, and you represented different associations. So there are many challenges. There have been many challenges on your way. We are very happy that as an umbrella organization for shared business centers, we could have always been on board in your working groups, and you have always talked to us when you were trying to eliminate or cut the admin burden. Well, where do you see any room for our unique innovative sector to grow further in Slovakia? Well, thank you very much for all your ideas and incentives that we have got from you throughout our communication. And for those of you who have noticed, there has been a change in government. The government that nominated me is now in the opposition. So this is my last week in office. And by the end of September, the last week of September is my last week in work in this position, and I'm handing over my agenda. And when it comes to cutting the admin burden or bureaucratic burden, there will be continuity. I can guarantee that the new state secretary comes from the business environment, so he is committed to cut the admin burden. And on the top of that, we have committed ourselves as the government that anybody who is going to be sitting in that position, each and every year, we will need to present another package for cutting the admin burden and bureaucratic burden on businesses. And when it comes to your ideas and incentives, those were primarily geared towards, I think, primarily your core problem, and that is the lack of skilled labor force. And unfortunately, from my perspective, we haven't made so much progress in this area as I would like to wish. There has been communication with the alien police in order to attract talents from abroad. We have managed something, but not too much. You know, for instance, you probably heard the news that the Czech Republic is closing the borders due to the illegal migration. I believe that we are going to introduce similar measures towards Hungary. But those are those two topics, illegal migration and enrolling or hiring foreigners to our companies, sometimes get mingled in people's minds, but they're different.
State Secretary, let me make a joke. I hope you'll forgive me. I like humor. It's fine. You can even make a joke where I'm at the end of the barrel. Well, you mentioned that you'll stay until the 2nd of October. The Prime Minister mentioned that they're looking for a State Secretary at the Ministry of Education. Do you want to apply for that? No, thank you very much. Seems that my political fate is over. I'm moving to the Parliament. I'll be pushing the buttons in the Parliament. We'll be honored if you adopted the challenge and you went to the Ministry of Education, because the progress in education hasn't been as huge as expected. So we have the first question from Slido application. The question sounds. I know this is a question rather for the Ministry of Labour. Anyway, let me put a question. You have the answer already. Great. No, seriously. When will you terminate the pandemic OCR, which represents the possibility of parents staying with their children at home? It's abbreviated as OCR in Slovak. Well, of course, we were strongly criticized for adopting the measures too late, and now I hear the criticism that some of the measures should have been terminated a long time ago. But essentially, what applies is that when it comes to this particular problem, this really is a question for the Ministry of Labour, Social Affairs and Family. But in practice, when we all thought that the Slovak economy as a patient in an ICU is after the pandemic and we are recovering and we'll be able to move the patient to a normal standard ward, suddenly we saw someone is standing on the intake of oxygen, so the patient doesn't have enough energy to recover properly. So we and the Ministry of Economy, since 24th February, when the war in Ukraine started, we dedicated 90% of our time so that the Slovak businesses, or businesses active in Slovakia, whether the Slovak or international businesses, they have all they need, the essential needs for their operation. That's enough energy, despite the fact that what you hear every evening when you listen to the news, the situation is better than the things that you hear from the news, because I call my 84-year-old mother every day, and when she hears the news, they said that the world is going to be over today or tomorrow. People are scared. People are very scared. And, for example, last week I went to a similar event. I was sitting there in the panel. It was dedicated to energy security. And next to me, there was the boss of SPP, the Slovak gas industry. And he told me, unless there's 100 years winter, so the coldest winter in 100 years, unless, and not only in Slovakia, in Europe, in spring, in Slovakia and Europe, we should have 30% of the gas in the underground storages available, unless there is this 100 years winter. But the thing is that the market players need to accept that information, the traders with gas, and the price of gas is gradually falling even these days. So I hope that this will be enough to calm down the situation, and I hope that all stakeholders for whom the price of gas or energy is very important will calm down, and there will be as little influence of the government as possible will be necessary, because any government measure that you can name, I can name you 10 unintended adverse events. There's not too many things that can really surprise us, I thought. But then the COVID came for the BSCs, for business service centers. This was a non-event, a black swan, really, something that really really was disturbing, but wasn't as disturbing as influencing our operation or disrupt our operation completely. But energy security, it's a different thing, because now many of my colleagues say that it's a challenge to get people from home to their offices. But when they tell them there's going to be only 17 degrees centigrade in those offices, there's going to be even a greater challenge, because heating and electricity is something that is even more, disturbing. Well, maybe if they have 15 degrees in their homes, it's going to be, much more agreeable to have 17 degrees in their office, right? Okay, seriously, now let's return to one slide. It said that 76% of our members didn't even consider asking for any pandemic state aid. How do you evaluate this? 76%. So is it a good news from the perspective of a state authority? Do you think like, oh, we saved some money in the state coffers? Well, whether it's good news, well, we need to look at the reasons in detail. There might be the fact that when they look at the criteria and they saw that formally they do not comply with the criteria of receiving or to be eligible for the state aid, they just resigned. Or maybe they really didn't need it because their operation was not, negatively influenced. So if they were not eligible, perhaps they were not objectively in a complicated economic situation, and therefore they couldn't get the state aid. They weren't eligible. But perhaps what you said, this sector seems to be more resilient to any external shocks, which is a great news for all of you. And it's something that you can work with also in the future when you are going to talk to policymakers, saying like, it's great to have 4 U.S. steel plants wherever they are, but when there's a big issue, well, you need to stop the operation, and it's a problem. But you have 4 U.S. steels in one association of business service centers where the jobs are much safer and much more resilient to all these external shocks. This is very important information for all the politicians across the board. Thank you very much. We also asked our members what was the reason why they didn't actually why they didn't apply for the state aid. Most of them actually said that they didn't even think about it because they didn't need the state aid. So it wasn't about the eligibility. Maybe 20% of our members, they looked at the eligibility criteria, but then they thought that wasn't really necessary. Anyway, a question from the audience: how you perceive the EU measure or EU attempt to establish fixed minimum age when in comparison to economic criteria in the respective countries. I believe this is a very bad idea. I think it goes against the idea of how the EU should look like. And many people believe that EU should be about creating a unified environment to such a degree that it's going to be a single tax rate that all will be paying. There will be a single interest rate, single currency, single minimum wage. I believe this is a crazy idea. It's a crazy misunderstanding of how we need the economy work. How we need the economy to work, and the economic importance of the EU is slightly losing compared to other regions, because the China is growing, a number of Asian countries are growing, so our relative strength is falling because they are growing, and our relevance as EU in the world economy is relatively falling. But we often contribute to this decrease because we shoot in our own leg by applying or adopting these measures like a single minimum wage across the EU, because if EU is supposed to be competitive compared to the rest of the world, it's very important that it retains its internal competitiveness. In other words, we must not pretend that we are all in the EU and now our competitors are those outside the EU. No, it applies that the EU within itself must have healthy economic fundaments. And even though those countries need to compete with each other, a fair competition, of course, but EU is like Tour de France. We are all cyclists, we are all at the start, and we want to reach the end. And it's clear, it's obvious that to get to the end, well, if the wind is blowing, the whole peloton is, racing together, and the cyclists cooperate. But in the end, there's the finish, the spurt. and everybody wants to win in the finish, and then there's competition. And this applies to EU. It's a metaphor, but it applies to the EU. We need to preserve the right of the respective member states to look for the ways how to be more competitive, how to have a better taxation system than other country behind your border, so that you can attract investors or employees. And if we say that EU is going to have a single tax policy and single tax rate, as soon as you do this, you will kill this internal competitiveness, and with it, you will kill also, and also these measures that are well meant, of course. We want to make sure that there's minimum social standard across the EU. All the EU citizens should have the minimum wage, but certainly not measures like these, because they limit the EU economy and they destroy the internal competitiveness, which I believe is of essential importance if the EU is to survive towards the future. I like the metaphor with Tour de France, because I thought that it would be a joke with emptying the wheels of the bicycles. Well, yeah, that's another thing. We tend to romanticize the situation in the EU. Of course, we need to realize this is a community of countries that share certain values. Sure, but it doesn't mean we will be closing our eyes very often that some of these measures, actually most of these measures, when they are adopted at the EU level, they always divide the member states into two parties. One party that likes the measure because it's suitable, and the other party with member states that have problem with these measures. And the more such controversial measures are adopted by the EU, they will create parties that have problem with these measures. This is a dangerous thing for the EU as a whole.
I hope this picture is not going to be that gloomy. State Secretary, thank you very much for coming, and I very much believe and I hope that also when you get to the parliament and you will be pushing the buttons, as you said, that you will really be following what we are doing, and you will keep your fingers crossed for us. I was running as a non-partial representative for I wanted to be a voice of fair businessmen, and actually it was my anniversary, 2.5 years in the office of State Secretary, and I will still continue in this mission. Ladies and gentlemen, State Secretary, thank you very much. All the best, and let's see you sometime in the future. Resilience and growth. So how does the brand Slovakia look like? How Slovakia is seen and perceived outside of our country? I think the biggest expert on that one is Robert Simoncic, CEO of Sario. So how does it look like when Robert Simoncic approaches an investor and needs to sell brand Slovakia to the investor? And I would like to say Robert is a president, used to be a president of AmCham before he has become the CEO of Sario, and I was totally petrified when hearing the news that Volvo was actually not thinking, didn't want to hear about Slovakia at all. So I'm going to take a seat. First and foremost, AmCham is, I'm an alumni of AmCham, and really AmCham is very dear to my heart, and I'm so glad that AmCham keeps on growing in quality, in activities also under the president, and the team is always becoming stronger and stronger. I don't know if you know the history, but Business Service Center actually had been an idea or had emerged in Sario. Some time ago, we organized an event, and there was Jake. That's the time president of AmCham, and actually He had suggested that this would be that AmCham would be a great umbrella organization for business shared service centers. So from Sario's perspective, this is a key sector for Slovakia, and we see incredible value added in it. Just briefly about Sario. How do we look like when it comes to investments? We always get some ideas, and we are also trying to identify opportunities. There's always a package of potential investments on my table. Today we have about 60 projects in the total value about 12 plus billions and about 30,000, more than 37,000 jobs. Okay, we are competing with other countries, of course, for those investments, and this area, your area, is incredibly important for us. It has already been said here, and I just want to reiterate that this sector, this industry has a very high value added, net export, net CO2 free. It's actually CO2 free, and when it comes to energy you are using, it's great also. And when it comes to taxes, most of your centers are cost centers, so it's not profit-making business, but all what your employees pay on taxes and payroll deductions are huge amounts, and you push on universities, your employees are highly educated. So this is a great contribution to education and also to business culture, processes, CSR culture. I do believe that your sector really deserves much more attention than it has. I have never understood why it doesn't have the leverage it should have, and we are ready to help you out. We are trying to be of help also in very concrete and specific ways. We, as Sario, we have managed to put together the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Labor, Economy, and Interior. And with all those ministries, we were trying to come up with ways how to make the life easier for qualified forces to come to Slovakia. This all was a result of the tragic situation in Ukraine. There were companies trying to find their way from Belarus, from Russia, and from other countries, and we managed to promote a government decree based on which the shift or the move of those talents to Slovakia is going to be easier. If a company has companies or branches in third countries, they can move their employees on so-called national visas to Slovakia, and for 1 year time there are certain limitations we didn't manage to sort of loosen up. So it needs to be at least those centers need to pay at least the double of minimum wage, but most of your centers have really nice pays and salaries. And today we already have one American company that has branches in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, and we have moved up to 100 people with their families to Slovakia. So this is a small contribution, but for your very industry, this may be an interesting value added. And my colleagues were working hard on this scheme. So easy questions to me and really tricky questions, they're my colleagues to answer. The process is as follows. We communicate with the investor. They give us a list of people. We submit it to the Ministry of Labor. Then it goes to the Ministry of Interior. It's relatively smooth process. So the whole process starts with Sario, and then it's relatively flexible, and it goes through those ministries. And okay, brand Slovakia. It's a bit of a challenge. We are a small country. On the other hand, we have great global brands in Slovakia that we are visible through those channels, through those companies. If you do the math, and if you, for instance, look at us from the regional perspective or broader perspective, we have 1/4 of the resources than other countries, or even less. So we have a bit tightened hands, but we have a well-established FDI of foreign investors, and it's very important to support the growth of the companies that already operate in Slovakia, then try to look around for new companies and investors. We are really trying to help those companies that are already here to grow fast, and if we look at the IC sector, we not only see the growth of quantity, but also of quality. Quality services with higher value added, be it financial or other values, they may be leaving. But what I see that you are managing is that you add on sophisticated services, and that increases value added, and this is a very important factor. That's why we are trying to kind of do this in the industry. Many industries come with automation systems, with automation of their industries, and so we are really Slovakia, when it comes to value added, is a leader among OECD countries when it comes to innovations. So in value added. So we are increasing the quality of services, increasing the value added, and this is a key to us as well. And we are trying to push brand Slovakia through the big investors that are already here. When it comes to Volvo, where we weren't shortlisted to start with, and we never participate in board meetings of big companies when they are considering investments. And, Poland is 7 times the size of Slovakia. It's a much bigger market, and often we just don't even end up in the long list. But we are still trying to make our voice to be heard, and we do communicate with Business Sweden. That was a kind of a consultation company for Volvo. We ended up on a long list, and then there were 9 months of hard work, strong fights to get into another round. We had 30+ people from state and public sector, but also private companies that work with us, and we really offer top-notch quality service to Volvo, and that was their feedback to us. But what they said that was really very important for them when making their decision was that the team was so enthusiastic, so committed, and that it was obvious that we in Slovakia wanted the company to come here. They saw a different approach. I don't see a greener company but Volvo. Really, I don't want to offend anybody here. And what was very important for Volvo was the way how we produce electricity. When we are going to start the third block of the nuclear power plant in Mochovce, and Novak lignite production is going to be closed down, then we are really going to be producing green energy. For some nuclear power plants are not green, but it's CO2. It doesn't produce any CO2. That needs to be acknowledged. So that's a very big bonus for Slovakia, so to say, from the CO2 perspective. We have been hearing this feedback throughout the past year. Yes, Volvo. Yes, this is another automotive company or car producer. They are going to produce electromobiles as well. But from the R&D perspective, this is really going to be a game changer. They represent a great power in this industry, and Eastern Slovakia is really going to change with the presence of Volvo. We can easily move to Košice because it will be great. Well, we were very pleased about this thing of Volvo coming, and under our or within our discussions, I think we will hear many panelists saying that, okay, many times we are not long listed, but once we get on the list, we are priming. We can perform well. And okay, I'm going to ask you one question, hopefully easier ones. Is Slovakia planning to give national visa also to Russian experts that used to work for Russian companies? Well, the national visa, and my colleague can add on what I am going to say. So the Slovakia needs to exist in Slovakia and also in the third country outside of the EU. It can be Mongolia, including Russia, that means. Those companies we are working with, and also the one we are just trying to deal with, has like couple of thousands of employees in Russia, and they want to move them to Europe. So it's not about identifying one qualified employee somewhere and you want to move him or her here. So the company needs to exist both here and in that country. There are no limitations when it comes to the length of the existence of, but highly qualified labor that works in the third country. The company has a branch here, and they will have double the minimum salary at least.
Do you have an estimate how much long can it take to get those visas? Well, I have to ask my colleague. Could you tell us? Wait for the microphone, please, and we'll hear the information about. So if I understood correctly, how much time would it take? No, the process. How much time does it take to process? Well, as a standard, it should be within 30 days. Wow. Well, keep our fingers crossed for that. Well, this is the objective. Of course, you need to take into account that some embassies have to preferentially look for the date for the applicant. Some of the embassies are busier than the others, so it may. These embassies or foreign authorities have the indication that they should, take this as a priority. So there is a priority axis, and the 30 days is an ideal deadline. But it seems that if it's exceeded, not dramatically. It depends what territory we're talking about. So hopefully next year at this conference there will be someone who will tell us whether you comply with the 30 days deadline. Well, yeah, hopefully we will hear about thousands of employees, hired, because these are highly qualified people. This particular company that we cooperate with is a high quality, top tier IT company that manufactures works on large contracts for large clients. Should good idea BSCF include also selling the country? Yes, when we're selling the country or market the country, we show productivity levels and not costs of employees. When you put $1 into something and you generate $2. It's a different story when you have a cheap employee and the added value is 0.1%. So we show productivity, which is highest in Slovakia across the wider region, and it is growing at a fastest pace. So we are beating, relatively, when we look at how much we produce in Slovakia in $1, €1, we are among the best in the region. Of course, there's a different story. If there's a quality company, they will have their own automatic processes and train people. But the second thing where Slovakia scores very highly is adaptation to new technology. It's also a rate international. It's an international benchmark where we are among perhaps the top 15 countries in the world. So if there's someone with highly automated and highly high robot ratio production, our people can accommodate and learn very quickly. You have representatives of the sector here, companies that are in BSC as a sector. How can we be of help to you and Sario in promoting Slovakia and promoting the best practice examples? Well, certainly there's a great number of global and international companies. So any channels supporting the good name of Slovakia, the brand, Good Idea Slovakia. It's perhaps slightly difficult to read that logo, I know. So any communication we will appreciate. Even when we hold some events abroad, we always want to combine our strengths with large companies, with large consultancy businesses. Very often we receive support from our corporate clients in that given country. So we are very happy to use such synergies, and everywhere where we can share more information through any channel that you can help us to use, we will be very appreciative. Last question, because the time is our enemy as always. If the members of our forum need it in relation to the conflict in Ukraine, in March or February, when the conflict started, within our discussions at the forum, a number of companies received the questions from the center. So you are packed from Slovakia, and what's next? Are you leaving Slovakia? No. Can they turn to Sario? Of course, you can always turn to me, and I will direct you to the right employees. And interesting information. When we were dealing with Volvo, the whole process, there never was a question of issue that they will not go to East Slovakia because it's a neighboring region with Ukraine. It never was even a question. So they were certain that Slovakia really can support them, that the investment is going to be successful, and this somehow they never even asked that question. Well, okay. Thank you very much for the positive, encouraging news. Robert Šimončić, Director General of Sario, thank you very much. As Mr. Šimončić mentioned, his team will hopefully stay here during the rest of the conference, and you'll have the opportunity, at least during the coffee break, those of you who are here, to ask them any questions. So the team from Sario will be available. You can talk to them. I was also surprised when we were preparing the conference, and this fresh information about the possibility of intra-company transfer with a relatively simple 30-day administrative process, allowing you to bring employees from another branch, from any country, third country. That was a surprising and encouraging information. So for me, this is a novelty, and hopefully this will help the sector as a whole to acquire new, highly skilled and qualified employees. Our next section of the conference, the setup has changed. We are a dynamic organization. We are changing things along the way, on the go. So we'll be talking about BSCs in state and public administration. Many of you know the faces of organizations, whether it's the president, the prime minister, or a minister, or a mayor of a large city. But behind these people, there are always teams of people. I call them, invisible people, but they're incredibly important for the organization, and very often they strongly influence of what's happening in that organization. So that's why I'm honored that today we have City Authority Manager Tibor Košťal, the manager of the magistrate of the city of Bratislava. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the person who actually manages Bratislava. Welcome. With us, two ladies will be discussing in the panel, and then I give over the floor to Mr. Koščal. Zuzana Germanová, who's the head of Bardeo Shared Office. Yes, Shared Office is the official name. It's basically shared service centers in public administration, and you've been the head for several years, right? So we will learn more about your office in the panel discussion. And also, I'd like to invite Barbara Záhradníková, CEO of adhering in Slovakia. Mr. Koščal, so how is it with the capital? You are running a shared service center. We are excited because we've been trying to convince the public institutions, state institutions, that the concept of shared services makes sense. It's something that can even help the public and state authorities. And you actually made that jump. So tell us more. Well, I'd like to thank you very much for being invited to the conference. Good morning to everyone. And I'd like to thank BSC Forum and AmCham for the cooperation. When less than 4 years ago, when we went to the City Hall, we had known, because we had been preparing for several years, we had known that to fulfill our ambitions and goals that we had together with the mayor, that we have to build some major pillars that will be carrying those ambitions. And one of the things was modernization of the whole office of the City Hall, building the pillars such as digitalization, project management, and others. And in this respect, since the city has more than 30 organizations in its orbit and some other municipal businesses, we knew that if we want to provide people with quality services and good operating city, we simply need modern institutions that provide and deliver such quality. So in this respect, we came up with the idea, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let us just look at the private sector and get inspiration from private businesses, how they do it when it comes to services and quality of services, digitalization, and the related aspects. And here, the idea started to grow, and then the cooperation with your forum was very useful, where we found a very strong partner helping us to set correct objectives. So today we're here. I'll have a few slides to introduce you where we are, what's the status quo, where we want to get in the future. And we have the ambition in the next years to launch this center of municipal shared service centers just to support the quality deliveries of the respective municipal organizations. But first of all, for these organizations to do what they were actually what was their purpose of existence, so that the, art schools don't have to deal with procurement and IT and communication with the public. They just teach kids to play their instruments. Then there are, old people's homes with thousands of clients. Again, we need the directors of these old people's homes deliver quality for their clients. Do not worry about administration and procurement or IT services or legal services, So there's lots of these services, lots of types of these services. We know that, and we have more than 30 organizations in the city. So there's museum of the city, the gallery, there's the sports facilities administration, there's funeral services providers, cleaning services, etc., etc. So very great diversity. So we want to start gradually and add more and more organizations and reduce the burden of these organizations that are not their core activity, but so that they can focus on their primary core activity for which they were designed. Business Service Center Forum is a partner of the municipality. We provide pro bono consultancy services, we provide know-how, and we help the municipality to address the issues that we've been addressing many years ago, and we try to give them some advice, perhaps so that they avoid some dangers and pitfalls. And we're very happy and we're very proud that within the sector we found a very good response. And when the offer of cooperation with the municipality, many of our members reacted with great enthusiasm and commitment. So, Mr. Koščal, Now you can invite, so you can present your concept and tell us more about what this shared service center is actually about.
So this is kind of a basic roadmap. First and foremost, we actually knew what were the main problems when it comes to our organizations. Public procurement, it was a bumpy road, and usually for those organizations. So we knew that there was a weak point. They had problems to organize IT services. We needed to provide support to them. But then we agreed within the consultation company that has carried out in-depth analysis. They submitted the analysis before summer of this year, and then we were also doing the prep work, and now we are launching basically the whole concept. And today in the afternoon, we have a broad discussion with the directors of those art schools because they have certain specific situations. So we will have a big discussion with them. As of the 1st of September, there is a unit or department of the shared services, and you know. Some of the things then we are going to try, and some of the services we are going to put out from the city hall, because then we are criticized for increasing the number of employees. So our final goal is to have a center of shared services of the city of Bratislava. We will run a pilot for about a year in order to test everything and fine-tune everything. We are trying to build a team, we'll build the base, and then the full rollout is planned for August 24. And then I have one more slide. When we carried out the analysis, or the consultation company did that, it was identified the IT services, public procurement, and legal support or legal services were identified as key areas. Those organizations need our support, or need support and assistance with. And they would like to keep the facility management, HR. They don't see any pitfalls there. We do see problems in those areas as well, but what we want to pilot are those key services identified by them. That means IT services, public procurement, and legal support, and part of the financial services. So since they see those areas as challenging and there is a huge potential for synergies, we want to pilot the project on that. And we are trying to introduce standards at the City Hall and then also roll them out to our other organizations. So as I've said, pilot will be performed on those 4 areas, 4 main areas. So fingers crossed, we are going to support you not only mentally but also practically. Ms. Germanova, you are mayor of Richwald municipality at the north east of Slovakia, but you are a statutory representative of this shared service center in Bardejov. It is a shared service office, where we do processes for 94 municipalities from the Bardejov region, but also for some of the municipalities in the Prešov region. So we prepare all construction licenses, construction agenda, HR, and also environmental agenda. So what's the history? We do have municipalities with 16 inhabitants. And it is, of course, impossible for a mayor to be an expert in accounting, construction business, environmental issues, etc. That's why we established this shared office, service office. It has been around for 30 years, and we process and process the agenda for all of those municipalities. Mr. Kościel, was this of inspiration to you. Yes, definitely. It was a great thing. Before, I actually didn't know that something like this was in existence. And now, when we are trying to convince our colleagues that yes, it could work and it is useful, and we show them this example from practice, then the end of discussion, because it has been around, it works well. So definitely, this is of actually interesting and supportive to us. Barbara, why companies from BSCF industry want to cooperate with the City Hall? Well, that's an easy question. Most of us, we work in Bratislava, and I need to say that it it wouldn't occur to me that something like this could be introduced at the city level in the City Hall. And when you came up with this idea, we all decided to help, and we have been all enthusiastic about that. We as ADN cannot, of course, offer advice in all areas, but we have a great network. And this is a progressive step, and it is very helpful for us. So, and when we can help to Bratislava City Hall, also on the community level, this is where we want to chip in. This is what we want to do. This is going to be most intense panel when it comes to discussion. Mr. Gostel, this may be a question for you. When you are going to create or establish a center of shared services in Bratislava, do you expect a kind of a pushback from the employees? Well, of course, there is pushback. It's all about communication. When something has been working in certain setup, and for the directors of those organizations, they are used to those old ways, and this is relatively major intervention into their modus operandi. They used to have everything under control, and now we want to have a bigger control over things. And we need to show them examples like that of Bardeo, that this could be of great benefit. Many have understood it. Many do have realized that, okay, they want to be part of the pilot, be it when it comes to public procurement, IT services, legal services. This is a very complicated agenda for them. And they already have an experience that maybe they did not do the public procurement right, and they got wrong IT services, and then the City Hall checks on them, and we want to make the system more transparent, clear, and they will procure things through the shared service center. And of course there is pushback, but that's why we have pilot. I have been around for 22 years. I've been in the industry for 22 years, but my parents still do not understand what am I doing. So maybe this could be of help and soothe you. They just can't get. And even some of my friends that I manage, people sitting in Japan, so fingers crossed on that one. There are so many questions to you. Does this mean that once you establish centers of shared services, you will cut the budgets of those organizations? Of course, we made an analysis what this could bring about. The employees who work in those organizations, they will get the opportunity to work for the shared service center. And I want to underline that some of the art schools or smaller organizations, they often have they have shared job responsibilities, that somebody works on both HR issues but also has some substantive things. So how to set it up? We don't expect some major saving due to the fact that, in spite of the fact that we cut the headcount in those small organizations, since we want higher quality and we are in highly competitive environment, and I don't mean with the corporations, but within public administration. We are fighting for quality and talented people with ministries, so we need to really catch up when it comes to salaries, and when we compare ourselves with the ministry. So no major savings expected that, but we expect savings on better public procurement, IT services. For instance, when we were buying electrical energy 1 year ago, many, and we did it. We did it under one contract. We looked into it, and it's better than before. Ms. Germanova, what would you say to the employees of those city organizations, municipal organizations? For instance, they would be afraid that they would lose their job, etc. You have more than 30 years of experience. Well, they will focus on one thing. They will promote their expertise. So they will won't be cleaning in the morning and then doing wages in the afternoon. So they will be specialized. They will become higher experts. It's easier to concentrate because you can't know everything. Okay, Barbara, I will ask you this question, although it is for Mr. Kościel. What will be the accountability and responsibility of the employees of the shared business services, shared services, shared service centers? How it is in corporations when it comes to responsibility of the employees? I do believe that in shared or centralized environment, in the positive sense, the responsibility, or each and every employee has his or her own responsibility. It's up to us which level of autonomy we award to them. And it's really important whether it doesn't matter whether the person is in Kuala Lumpur or in the shared service center, municipal shared service center, or elsewhere. It doesn't matter. Once people share their activities, daily problems, and daily achievements, this could help them and motivate them. Would you agree that the people working in your shared service centers, that they grow faster? Well, definitely. If I were asked this question, what was the benefit for the companies or for the cities? Why do we do this? Well, this is definitely one of the points on the agenda. Talent pool is one of the things, and then the potential for career growth for those employees, because they can be seen, whereas when they are just sitting somewhere in a little organization, when I am an accountant in an art school, a municipal art school, I am almost invisible. Whereas I'm in the shared service center, I can show what I have learned, what my training has been, and maybe I can take a different position in the future. I can have my career growth at the City Hall. So definitely this is our experience in AD and the colleagues that were actually performing those shared activities and shared services, they could then move to other areas, other segments. And I think Mr. Kościel has already mentioned that in some of the organizations, the services are shared of those art schools, like a person does HR, salaries, and then teaches dance, for instance, or whatever. There's one more question for you, Mr. Kościel. Do you have any European city as a benchmark in this area? Yes, there are various benchmark cities, and there is not like a single city for us that would be a benchmark in shared services. We have certain idea. We consult with your forum, and of course, when we meet with the cities in the from the Central European region, we definitely discuss with them, but nobody is kind of like far ahead of us that would be of inspiration. Maybe impartial things. We would capitalize on this in business, and we would definitely walk around and we would be praising ourselves and we would be presenting ourselves that we may be an inspiration for other cities. Is Bratislava going to be inspiration for others? Yes, we want to be a leader in this topic when it comes to Slovakia. We want other cities to follow us because we want to be a trendsetter.
Well, great. Well, hopefully you'll succeed. We'll do anything in our power to support you. Ms. Germanova, you mentioned that 94 municipalities are in your office within the district of Bardeo. Is this the best practice example? Is it because the municipalities perceive that as soon as you launched your law operation, you have natural, intake of clients or income? There are incoming numbers of clients. Well, I would use the sports terminology and say, yeah, sure. But to go into details, of course, I know that this is not a matter of course for Slovakia as such, and I can't be in every district capital, even though that now, before the elections, municipal elections, there are great efforts, perhaps in other district capitals, that such municipal offices are launched. So everybody wants to do it, but no one wants to work as hard as Bratislava did so far. But I believe this is the most efficient way to go when it comes to work, but also when it comes to finance funds for these municipalities. So what about the hiring or acquiring employees? So do you have a problem to find a replacement, a substitute where someone goes to maternity leave? Is it difficult to sell that concept to potential employees? No, not at all. In our district, if we have a selection procedure, we have approximately 50 to 60 applications for a single job. So if someone works in the municipal office in Bardejov, it's a lot of prestige involved. So number of CEOs are dreaming about this, as you can hear the noise from the audience. So this is a dream, right? Well, we are state authority organization, but working with a commercial philosophy in a way. Because also yesterday we were talking. I hate these long deadlines in Slovakia. I really don't like them, but I like when things are going with a good pace, at a good pace. Perhaps I'm a young blood in the self-government, but I don't like the answer like you can't have everything at once. Things need their time. No, I believe that yesterday was too late. That's my philosophy. So the employees for me are real hard workers. They go through all possible trainings, and if someone goes to a maternity leave, they know they can always return. Well, because they are eligible by law, but there's we have lots of applications waiting in our files. As soon as someone goes on maternity or retires, there are people wanting to fill in, and when we have the news that there's an inspection tomorrow, the director goes in tomorrow, and the person is at maternity leave, immediately a colleague can get into her computer and provide all the deliverables and all the documents we need. Because, for example, when I'm at a municipal office and I'm responsible for organizing the cleaning, and I give away the invitations to elections and everything, and all the incoming registration daily copies and papers, they just rise. The heap rises and rises and rises, and it's a pile of papers. But in our office, everything is processed along the way, process as you go. So, for example, construction authority, if you apply for a construction a license, we process it before that 30-day deadlines. I mean, if you provide all the documents that are required, the license is processed faster. And there's a great demand for project engineers and civil engineers, and the salaries of civil engineers are really high. So this is a problem we have because but you have, when you are employees of a state administration office, when you start working in the state administration, usually you only leave when you retire. So this is a very important aspect that people like, the certainty of the job, and the predictability. A standard equipment of office at a magistrate or a city hall or a municipal office is always piles of paper that are waiting for you when you join, and they are even bigger when you retire, right? But it's not happening in Bardiev. Well, no, there's lots of piles of paper, but they're always processed. And when we have inspections from the National Security Authority or the prosecutor's office, there's very little issues that something has been processed incorrectly. For example, when you have a construction agenda or civil engineering agenda, we always cooperate with the authorities, so the error rate is really, really low. So even if we have court cases or litigations, we never lose. This is something that we discuss also with Mr. Kościal, and we had these brainstormings, that the standardization and unification of processes, unification of procedures, is one of the major benefits for any organization, if not the most important benefit in shared service centers as a concept. Barbara, a question from the audience. How can companies help municipalities in launching their municipal shared services? Well, very easily, very easily. Basically, you started with it, that we are sharing our experience. That's mostly positive. There are some negative, of course. We tell them what were the mistakes we made and mistakes that the city hall and municipality can avoid or should avoid. And we're waiting for any questions, specific questions that always come. And everyone who's in this advisory body, so to say, everyone gives all their experience, their unique skill set or unique, expertise, and the city hall representatives choose what they need. Well, it's true that when I look at these 37 companies that represent the business service center segment, the diversity from IT, finance, accounting, marketing, the diversity is huge, and there's a great pool of expertise. Mr. Kościal, there's a provocator in the audience. They ask whether 3 years for launching this shared service center for the municipality isn't a bit too long. From my experience at the city hall, I would say it's an optimum. And I'll be very blunt now. When we came to the city hall, we found pretty much dysfunctional office, and we perceive the steps we have made and we have to make very step by step, one step at a time. The environment is very conservative, and launching a revolution would really fire back at us at a stage. So we prefer one step at a time, show the best examples, because the directors of these organizations, they communicate among themselves. And when one of them can perceive the other without our involvement, that this is great, this works, it spreads good. It spreads good, practical examples. So 3 years is for a complex launch. There's lots of aspects, lots of influences involved. We are often subject to controls and inspections by National Security Authority, for example, a National Inspection Authority. So we really need to make safe steps so that we avoid mistakes. So we rather move one step at a time. Maybe 5 years ago I would tell you, let's do this revolution in one step. But no, after 3 years I say, no, we need gradual step-by-step evolution to get there so that we have the desired quality. I want to tell you that really we are also learning from you, because I'm sure it's not simple with municipal employees and other stakeholders, the municipality and maybe also the employees, to convince them what that really it has been proven by practice that this concept works. To convince them must be quite an uneasy task. The resistance, the change aversion, I'm sure, is substantial. So for me, this is a great inspiration. I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to learn from you as well. Ms. Germanova, how many people actually work in your municipal office in Bardejov, and how many people are your clients, so to say? Well, as of today, we have 13 employees. We're a small municipality or town, and we provide services to approximately 46,000 citizens. Wow, heads off. The efficiency is huge, I guess. My colleague mentioned that productivity and efficiency of Slovak employees is really at the EU top level. Yeah, I believe it's really good. The productivity and efficiency is really good. You know, I really like my municipal office. So compared to Stibor, I'm a revolutionary. I can't imagine implementing something for 3 years. I don't think that the way is the actual goal. Where for me the goal is the goal. I want to have achieved the goal so that I'm satisfied, so that I see a result of my hard work. But of course, Bratislava is different. It's a huge municipality, a huge city. For Slovak standards, they have lots of municipal parliament members. You know, we have 5 or 7 members in the municipal parliament, so I can call all of them, in my case, in a couple of hours, and 3 days later, there's a meeting or a session of the parliament. We can explain everything. We don't work at a political basis, whether this is that party or this party. You know, it's all personal, what I want to do for the municipality. That's all that matters. So it's much faster, much easier than compared to Bratislava. Thank you. Perhaps one more comment. Maybe this is related to the diversity. I apologize. When some really, when a big authority gets into that office, she really she can really convince anyone very easily. So, Mr. Kościel, if you after this election you're looking for a strategist, I'm sure you have a great opportunity in Bardejov, and I'm sure you will send your CV to them. No, seriously, Mr. Kościel, what about the continuity of the project after the municipal elections? I know this is a crystal ball question. Nevertheless, what's the risk of this project based on the results of the municipal elections? And let's not speculate that this guy wins or that guy wins, but what can you do to ensure continuity? For example, the state secretary mentioned that they in the legislation they introduced some aspects of reducing administrative burdens. So what about you? Well, that's reality. We are subject to elections. We have 45 members of the municipal parliament. We have 17 city wards and their mayors. So continuity. We cannot implement a guarantee, a mechanical guarantee, because a new municipal parliament, a new mayor may change everything in a week if they want so. So our objective is to show the strengths of the new system, and I'm sure that if we manage to work on this for the next 4 years, after the next municipal elections, no one wants to change it, because the benefits will strongly outdo the potential risks and concerns, because the concerns are the biggest driver of adversity to change, because we're afraid what might happen. So we need to communicate intensively with the municipal the parliament members. That's very important. They carry the power that has been given to them by the citizens of the city. So I don't see any guarantee. I mean, if there's a change at the top level, we'll try to explain to the new leadership of the city that this system, this concept has benefits, that it's not really expensive, but it has a lot of benefits. Thank you very much. I believe that we have last 2 minutes of the panel. So all 3 panelists, please communicate the message to the community. Now you have the possibility to talk to the community. We're not talking about the elections. We're talking about potential brain trust and experience and skills. What can we help you? I mean, exceeding the limits of the previous help, going beyond the limits of previous help. Well, when it comes to my opinion, well, offering good practice examples, that's key. It seems to me that we live in 2 parallel worlds. that one world has difficulties opening to another world. And in Bratislava, as you can see on my presentation, that you can see on your presentation that there's a great number of companies with top-level know-how, and we're not able to open to that know-how. So we are trying to open our communication channels, and always when there's a possibility of consultancy, that's extremely important for us. By looking at the aspect of developing the city, we focus on quality, but you are carrying quality level in a different sector. So that's absolutely key for me to realize. And when we had the meeting in the palace, in the municipal hall with your members, and when you spoke and your colleagues spoke, really, I could see that the people, our employees, that were listening to you, that you brought a great deal of expertise. That was incredibly important because the people are concerned, of course, and they want to hear the best practice examples from you who have already implemented these solutions and that concept. So it's very important to communicate. We need to convince these people that it's going to be good. So I even told to your mayor, to your boss, and I'll repeat that, please do abuse our time and our expertise, or take advantage of it, in other words, because as employers and people responsible for our community, we are very happy to help, and we'll be very happy to support the concept of shared service center in Bratislava, municipal shared service centers in Bratislava succeed.
Ms. Germanova, everybody appreciates your openness, and I would like to share this feeling. And I'd like to thank, at the end of this panel, to all the panelists, first and foremost, the head of the City Hall, Mr. Koštel, for coming. You do great things. We are fingers crossed, and we are definitely going to support you. Zuzana Germanova, although she's from Bardeo, she is a great example of the fact that if you call her to a panel and you will convince her to this debate, she'll definitely fit in and she'll share her perspective. Very great and sober and common sense, and she has had quite an extensive experience, and I've been debating with her for many times. So I would like to thank Ms. Germanova, the mayor of Rychnov, and the statutory representative of Joint Service Office in that region. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Barbara Zahradníková, COO of FADI in Slovakia, for coming, for being bold and open, and for debating also, and for offering solutions to the City Hall. I know that the time flies by, but still we would have a refresh, 30 minutes break. Thank you very much for coming, and see you in 30 minutes.
naspäť. Vítame vás na 8.
Thank you so much and welcome back. We welcome you at the 8th BSCF conference. Then we established a tradition back in 2017, and after the coffee break, we always award our colleagues that have contributed to the development of the industry in Slovakia, and we are definitely going to upheld the tradition. As my wife says, the traditions should be upheld and respected. And I'm afraid, and I respect my wife, so I'm definitely going to do that. And we will be glad to award the colleagues who help our sector to grow and be resilient against external challenges. The first person to be awarded was at the establishment of this initiative, who has helped to shape business service centers and who has always believed in this concept. And today this person works for the City Hall, and we are very glad that the award is going to be given to Jana Shepherd for helping to promote this concept throughout Slovakia, and who helps to really promote this industry. Jana, thank you so much for your work, and fingers crossed for the City Hall's initiative, and we very much hope that your boss is going to encourage you to position this award in the City Hall, in your office. Thank you so much. This is a great surprise. I haven't really expected this, and I'm very glad to continue in this topic. It was just by sheer coincidence 8 years ago, the first conference on this business shared service centers was the first event in this topic, and we will continue in the City Hall, and we very much hope that you will that we will continue and promote this topic. And fingers crossed to the City Hall. With help of Jana, you will definitely manage. The second person tries to work in the field of human resources, and as I've already mentioned, we are facing critical shortage of talented and skilled labor, and it hampers the further future development of business service centers. And we do have many training programs, activities, and there's a stronghold in this space and the universe, and that's Olivia Hurbanova, who has always been around and supportive. And I can say that she is a constant volunteer. She has always been up for training teachers, volunteers in the field. Olivia, you definitely deserve this prize, and congratulations. Thank you very much, and I'm very, very positively surprised. Thank you for all what you are doing. And when talking about human resources, it's not only about training, development, but it's about it's about keeping talents and talents pool. And those different companies have different ideas how to reward people. And there's one person who is a constant believer in standardization and unification of HR processes, and that is my colleague and vice chair of Business Service Center Forum, Ivan Tomko, who leads actually this group. And I'd like to award him with this prize. Ivan, congratulations. Thank you. not expected, really. Petro was telling me that, okay, you are somebody is going to ask you some question, and I was saying that, like, do you know what kind of question am I going to be asked? Well, this is the question. Well, thank you very much. I hope that we will continue to meet and share the lessons learned in this industry and field. And the last awardee is a representative of the state. Cooperation with the state and the public sector is really important to us. We always have the government talks to open our conference. We do have representatives of public institutions and state institutions, but there is one institution most of the HR specialists are really upset with. Maybe this is not fair. Still, no matter the negative publicity, this person has always been open to challenges, and we would like to award him for his special contribution. Mr. Hambalek, a former employee of the Align Police. Mr. Hambalek decided to enjoy his retirement, but in spite of that, we would like to appreciate his work, and we would like to thank him for his cooperation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this a lot, and I hope that what we have managed to structure, you will continue to develop and promote in cooperation with my colleagues. So, well, thank you very much. If only state was employing more of those experts and people like Mr. Hambalek and would find those committed individuals who when see potential in something they help, I would just like to spill the beans about him. And he was one of those who helped to move the Alliance Police to modern premises. So, Mr. Hambalek, thank you very much for everything you have done, everything you did for us as a representative of the Alliance Police in the Slovak Republic. Thank you so much. Before diving into next part of our agenda, I'd like to remind you of the fact that there are leaflets available at the registration desk with all the data I have presented in the morning. And you can find this data in both in Slovak and English. And if you need some context, definitely check the leaflet at the registration desk, but also electronically it's available on Business Service Center Forum or AmCham. Thank you very much. And let's think about it. Who is going to be awarded at the beginning of, or next year, sorry. If you have any tips, please send me an email or talk to me or Peter or some other of my colleagues. Robert Simoncic was mentioning Brand Slovakia. I was talking about it. This is something that is really important to us, and it gives us headaches sometimes. It is something important to the headhunters, HR specialists, us, everybody. If you want to bring a foreigner to Slovakia who has heard about Slovakia, maybe, vaguely, maybe knows where it is on the map, and when they want to bring him or her to Bratislava, Košice, or elsewhere, probably the first question is, I'm not going to promote one internet company here, but the brand Slovakia is not only about the state help and state aid and about what kind of conditions do we create for ordinary citizens that move here, who come from maybe prestigious towns and cities where we always have wanted to work, but and they are cosmopolitan, they are attractive, and they decide to simply relocate here. So how it is when somebody comes to Slovakia, to Košice, for instance, executive global delivery of executive shell. Daniel used to lead T-Systems operation in Košice, so he definitely has this experience from Far East. Thank you very
Dobre, takže potom, ako sme počuli veľa o administratívnych problémoch a povinnostiach, a ja som dostal úlohu pozrieť sa na to z ľudskej stránky, aký je to pocit presťahovať sa na Slovensko, do Košic. Niekto si sa možno teraz kladie otázku, ako to pekla skončil v Košiciach, pretože niekto už v Bratislave povedal, a tam nikto nie je, na východe nič nie je. No ale ja som už študoval v Košiciach predtým, takže poznal som to mesto, ale chcel by som vám približiť tú ľudskú stránku toho, aký je to pocit presťahovať sa na Slovensko s rodinou, mám manželku a 3 deti a možno aj niekoľko skúseností z hľadiska teda môjho zamestnávateľa, aj keby ste boli akože verejný zamestnávateľ, verejná inštitúcia, čo je dôležité pre ľudí ako som ja, ktorí sa sťahujú z inej krajiny sem na Slovensko a možno ako zvýšiť atraktivitu Slovenska.
So, I'm going to work on my credibility.
Niečo o mojej dôveryhodnosti a po 7 rokoch na Slovensku je to trošku irónia, že som tu na Slovensku a tu v Bratislave hovorím, aké skvelé sú Košice. Uvedomujem si tú iróniu, ale využijem príležitosť a začnem s niečím, čo veľmi ľutujem. 7 rokov tu na Slovensku boli skvelé pre moju rodinu, aj pre mňa. Jednu vec, ktorú vážne ľutujem, je, že nemôžem túto prezentáciu uskutočniť v slovenčine. Neviem tak dobre po slovensky, to je niečo, čo veľmi ľutujem. A ľudia mi hovoria, nie, to je tak ťažký jazyk, neuč sa to. A ja si nemyslím, myslím si, že je to v konečnom dôsledku len relatívna vec. Keď som sa vrátil v Košiciach k mojej manželke po dlhom dni a ona sedela za stolom a robila si svoju domácu úlohu v slovenčine. A ja som nakoniec sa rozhodol učiť sa slovensky, ale povedzme, že neboli úplnou prioritou a takto sa teda vyvíja aj moja slovenčina, takže ospravedlňujem sa, budete sa musieť vyrovnať s mojou slovenčinou. Citát, ktorý je tu za mňou, Košice, najlepšie skrivené tajomstvo v strednej Európe, to je niečo, čo už žije svojím vlastným životom, ale myslím si, že to naozaj platí, tento citát. A tento citát som mal...
Východne je exit.
Tento citát som prvýkrát použil na konferencii s názvom Východne je exit. A potom si už žil svojím vlastným životom. Takže poviem niečo viac o sebe. Dobre, som na poli Švéd, na poli Nemec, čo je veľmi zaujímavá kombinácia, pretože znamená, že nemám zmysel pre humor ako Nemec a ako Švéd veľmi rád diskutujem, takže príšerná kombinácia pre väčšinu ľudí. Ako Gabriel už poukázal, žil som po viacerých miestach na svete. Toto je miesto, kde som sa narodil, to je celkom ľahké, viete. Nie. Odteraz tu bude už len ťažšie. Toto viete, kde je? Tu som vyrastol. Toto je Beethoven. Vie niekto, kde sa narodil Beethoven? V Bonne, predpokladám. Áno. Takže vyrastal som v meste Bonn. Vie niekto, kde je toto? Je tu niekto z Košíc? Toto nie sú Košice, nie? Viete, aké je partnerské mesto Košic pred 1990? V Košiciach je ulica, Kodbus. Je to Kodbus. Ja som to tiež nevedel, predtým, ak som si to našiel na Wikipedii, takže to je súčasť toho, keď sa sťahujete do Košice, kde to pekla to vlastne je. A potom si začnete googliť, narodila sa tam Martia Higdisová a poviete, tak partnerské miesto Košic je Kodbus, no a tak ďalej. A tu som študoval. Vie niekto, kde je toto? Bol niekto na východnom pobreží Kanady? Toto je Halifax. Východné pobrežie Kanady. Dalo mi to dobrý úvod do počasia v Košiciach, pretože v Kanade, v meste Halifax, to je pri Atlantickom pobreží, počasie je tam hrozné, ale v podstate tam prší od konca októbra až do začiatku apríla a ráno sneží do nejakej 9. 10. a potom, pretože je to pri mori, tak začne pršať a keď západne slnko, tak celá táto zmeska krásne zamrzne. Pričerné. Dobre, toto je moja ďalšia zástavka. Pozdrav mojim švédskym kolegom. Toto je Göteborg. Ale toto asi poznáte, hej? Tu sa rozhoduje o vašej hypotéke. To je Frankfurt nad Mohanom v Nemecku, takže tu som žil tiež. A tu som študoval, aby som mohol pracovať pre spoločnosť. To je systém, ktorá je dcerskou spoločnosťou Deutsche Telekomu a kde som bol konfrontovaný s existenciou Košic po prvý raz v mojom živote, pretože sme mali priateľov, kde manželka toho môjho známeho bola Slovenka a povedala, že nie sú to Kosíče, ale že sú to Košice. Ale k tomu sa dostaneme. Z Frankfurtu som sa presťahoval sem. Predpokladám, že väčšina z vás to mesto pozná a to je miesto, kde som dostal ponuku, aby som sa presťahoval na Slovensko. Do Košic konkrétne. A aby som viedol našu prevádzku v Košiciach. Dnes máme zhruba 4 000 zamestnancov, možno trošku viac a poskytujeme IT služby pre globálne spoločnosti. Shell, Volkswagen, Daimler, Volkswagen. Takýmto firmám poskytujeme služby. No a keď som sa vrátil domov k mojej manželke, povedal som, dostal som ponuku pracovať v Košiciach. Ona tiež išla na Wikipédiu a kde to vlastne je tie Košice? A povedal som, tebe by to vadilo, keby sme tam išli? A ona povedala, nuž, pokiaľ sa tam nemusíme ísť na dôchodok, tak v pohode. Niekoľko komentárov od mojich priateľov, ktoré boli menej upokojujúce. Gabriel a Peter mi hovorili predtým, ako som sem prišiel, že naozaj musíte tieto vtipy priniesť. Tak jeden z mojich priateľov povedal, že mám sa presťahovať do Košic a on hovorí, čo si urobil? Kradol si z kancelárie vybavenie? Alebo prečo ťa trestajú? To bol jeho komentár, ale po tom, ako som sa presťahoval z Londýna do Košic, to je naše sídlo v Košiciach, bolo to oveľa menej bolestivé, ako sme si pôvodne predstavovali. V podstate to bol celkom príjemná zmena pre moju manželku, ktorá veľmi rýchlo zapadla, ale aj pre moje deti, ktoré skutočne oceňujú, že mohli vypadnúť z Londýna a ísť na miesto, kde je viacej zelene, kde sa dá hýbať, kde je príjemné životné prostredie, kde sa dá lyžovať v zime. A takéto veci. Teraz žijem od augusta, žijem v meste v Hágu, v Holandsku a moja manželka sa naozaj bojí, pretože hovorí, v podstate od konca novembra do konca marca sme naložili deti do auta. Išli sme na Jahodnú, čo je lyžarské stredisko pri Košiciach. Nie je to veľké, ale pre moje decka je to dosť. Lyžovali sme 12 hodín, za 20 minút sme späť v meste. Skvelé. Od októbra do apríla v Hágu máme horizontálny dážď a je tam hmla. A to je samozrejme súčasť kvality života, myslím si. Takže toľko k mojej skúsenosti, aký to bol pocit žiť v Košiciach alebo presťahovať sa do Košic a aký je pocit dostať ponuku na pracovné miesto na lokalitu, kde si musíte najprv nájsť na mape, aby ste vedeli, kde to vôbec je. Jedna vec, čo nám naozaj pomohla, teraz sa vrátim ku Košiciam, jedna vec, čo nám pomohla, bolo niečo, čomu hovoríme taký výlet, že idem tam a pozriem sa. A to by som poradil nie len spoločnosťam, ale aj možno aj miestnym úradom alebo teda verejným orgánom. Ak chcete niekoho, aby sa niekam presťahoval, nechajte ho alebo ju, aby si to miesto pozreli vlastnými očami a zakúsili to. Nie ako ja, samozrejme, ale v mojom prípade aj moja manželka, vtedy sme mali 6-týždňového syna, mimochodom, boli so mňou na tomto výlete. A veľmi dôležité bolo, aby sme si vybudovali akýsi vzťah s tým mestom, aby sme ho naozaj zakúsili na vlastnej koži predtým, ako urobíme to rozhodnutie, akú má infraštruktúru, aké má ubytovanie, možnosti ubytovania, aby sme rozprávali s ľuďmi. To je nesmierne dôležité, aby ste presvedčili potenciálneho zamestnanca a jeho alebo jej rodinu, aby sa presťahovali, aby urobili rozhodnutie ísť sa presťahovať na miesto, ktoré nepoznajú. Povedzme si pravdu. A toto vidí každý, hej, v Košiciach. Pre tých z vás, ktorí ste tam neboli alebo neviete, tak je to Alžbetina ulica, to je samozrejme dom svätej Alžbety. To je výhľad, ktorý každý pozná. Ale na tom výlete sme videli aj niečo iné. Toto je napríklad som ja na Facebooku, môj ranný beh. Bolo to veľmi skoro ráno, niekedy v septembri. Viete, že v Košiciach sa stáva veľmi skoro, pretože je to ďaleký východ. To je furča na pozadí a toto je Hanicka. A ja som tam v tom parku behával. A niekedy si hovoríte, kde som to vlastne skončil? Ale ak ste boli na takomto výlete, že by ste si najprv to miesto obzreli, tak vám to dá istú rovnováhu, pretože je jasné, že to bude úplne iné ako váš domov. A vyrovnať sa s touto rozdielnosťou pre celú vašu rodinu, to je niečo, čo je nesmierne dôležité, aby ste sa tam na tom mieste cítili nakoniec dobre. 3 veci, ktoré sú nesmierne dôležité a sú to aj akési ponaučenia, a tieto 3 veci, ktoré pre rodiny sú najdôležitejšie. Prvá vec je bývanie. A to je niečo, čo by som chcel povzbudiť predovšetkým mestá a obce, aby na tom pracovali viac. Aby tam bolo vhodné a adekvátne ubytovanie pre ľudí, ktorí sa budú sťahovať ku vám. Príklad. Najprv som si chcel samozrejme prenajať dom a v podstate všetky tie miesta, ktoré som videl, mal som vtedy 2 deti, všetky boli vybavené. Ale my sme mali náš vlastný nábytok. A ja som povedal, mohli by ste dať preč nábytok? Nie, nie je to možné. Takže to sú také drobnosti, ktoré sú veľmi náročné. A my sme nakoniec kúpili nehnuteľnosť, čo bolo skvelé rozhodnutie, nie len z finančného hľadiska, ale zároveň som poskytol našej rodine skutočný domov. Nehovorím, že to je nevyhnutná voľba, ale mať domov je nesmierne dôležité pre každú rodinu. Druhý kúsok skladačky je vzdelanie. Po veľkom snažení v Košiciach sa podarilo založiť 2 medzinárodné školy v Košiciach, čo je nesmierne dôležité, aby sem ľudia zvonka chodili. To je niečo, na čo musia mestské časti alebo obce pracovať, v spolupráci s podnikateľmi, ale aj s firmami. Poskytli sme trošku akéhosi takéto nakopnutie, aby sme im pomohli rozbehnúť to. A to je niečo, čo musíte rozbehnúť ako obec. To je časť, ktorá je veľmi náročná, určite. A predovšetkým pre rodiny s deťmi je to super dôležité. Ak sú napríklad ľudia ako ja, zvyčajne prídeme s niečím, čomu hovoríme aktéri. Toto sú moji aktéri, moje ľudia, ktorí ovplyvňujú moje rozhodnutia. A ja musím pre týchto akcionárov ja musím niečo robiť, pretože ak títo akcionári nie sú spokojní, moja manželka nie je spokojná a ja nie som spokojný a šťastný. A môže sa stať, že mal som kamaráda, ktorý som musel presťahovať do Spojeného kráľovstva a jeho manželka nenávidela Anglicko. A on musel bojovať nielen doma, ale musel bojovať aj v práci. A verte mi, na 2 frontoch vojnu nikdy nevyhráte. Som z Nemecka. Ja to poznám. Tretí kúsok skladačky sú podporné siete. A tie sú dôležité, pretože so všetkými prípravami, ktoré uskutočníte vo firme, na obci, na obecnom úrade, vždy potrebujete ešte niečo iné.
Máte anglicky hovoriaceho detského lekára, napríklad. Znie to tak ironicky. Kde môžem nájsť plynovú bombu na moje barbecue. Toto vôbec nie je jednoduché. Ja som to strašne riešil a tam potrebujete podpornú sieť, potrebujete ľudí, ktorí vedia zodpovedať takéto otázky. Takže moja žena založila WhatsAppovú skupinu, ktorá má teraz asi 50 ľudí, ktorí si navzájom pomáhali. A toto sú neformálne podporné siete, ktoré sú veľmi dôležité, pretože vám to zjednodušuje život, odoberá tlak zo spoločnosti, z mnohých vecí. A keď hovorím o zúčastnených stranách, nezabúdajte na týchto. Ľudia ako ja obyčajne nechodia sami a keď prichádzajú sami, tak je to problém. pretože sú menej integrovaní v danej oblasti, sú menej integrovaní v tej komunite, kde žijú, tak sme mali sme ďalších zástupcov, ktorí sa hýbu medzi Viedňou a Košicami. A to nie je dobré východisko na to, keď chcete niečo zmeniť, alebo chcete, aby komunita nejakým spôsobom ovplyvňovala spoločnosť. Takže prečo sa mi tu páčilo a čo hralo významnú úlohu? Mal som skvelú prácu, miloval som zimu, žiaden horizontálny dážď. Som si robil srandu, že na východe je leto alebo zima a potom ide sa z 20 do plus 20 do minus 5 a potom niekde na parkoviskách máte horu snehu, ale zároveň môžete pobehovať vo flip-flopoch a v tričku s krátkými rukavmi. Toto je jahodná v lete a v zime a kvalitu života takisto ovplyvňujú veci. Košický maratón, budúci týždeň, veľa vecí sa tam deje. A tam sú dôležité tie podporné siete. Čo stojí za to robiť? Ako získate informácie o tých lokalitných podujatia v kultúrparku a ďalej inde. No. Toľko z tej ľudskej stránky. Čo to znamenalo sa sem presťahovať? Nehovorím, že toto je empirické a stane sa to každému, ale to sú moje osobné dojmy, že čo to stálo mňa, čo boli tie dôvody, prečo sa mi to páčilo, keď sme odišli z Košíc, ako spieva Nelly Furtado, všetky dobré veci sa raz skončia. 5 plačúcich ľudí v aute. Bolo to veľmi emotívne. Skutočne pre nás všetkých prvá vec, čo si treba zamyslieť a pamätať, že umožníte ľuďom, aby si to ohmatali naživo, aby si navštívili to miesto a pozreli si aj celú rodinu, aké sú požiadavky na bývanie a takisto, že aké je náročné si získať niekde bývanie. Všetci, ktorí sú mimo Bratislavy, predpokladám, majú veľmi podobné problémy riešia. A takisto vzdelávanie detí je extrémne dôležité a treba kultivovať alebo rozvíjať podporné siete, ktoré sa stále nejakým spôsobom preskupujú a menia a to jednoducho zjednoduší veľmi príchod. To je pár postrehov z mojej strany. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne za to, že ste prišli z Holandska, keď sme požiadali Daniela. Mysleli sme si, že on sa k nám pridá virtuálne cez videokonferenciu, ale ani minútu neváhal a prišiel. A keď povedal, že za každých okolností, pokiaľ to len trošku bude možné, tak prídem osobne. Daniel skutočne propaguje Slovensko a myslím si, že mnohí zamestnanci sú tu aj vďaka vám a ďakujeme za tú emóciu, ktorú ste s nám sprostredkovali. Ja som sa ho pýtal osobne, keď ti šéf zavolal, že Daniel, povyšujem ťa a budeš šéfom centra, ale je to na Slovensku v Košiciach. Čo ti išlo hlavou, keď si to strávil? Čo bola reakcia tvojej ženy? Že skvelý plat, skvelá spoločnosť, ale je to v Košiciach na východnom Slovensku. A tretia vec, že čo to bolo pre teba, keď si odchádzal zo Slovenska. Myslím si, že si to fantasticky zvládol. Si to perfektne pokryl. Budeme mať možno viacej otázok. No dobre, keď sa vrátiš v čase do roku 2015, ako si prechádzal všetky tie fotky, Kodaň, Londýn, typická reakcia, ktorú si ty dostal, že preboha, čo si ty pokradol z kancelárie, že ťa takto potrestali? Čo by sme my ako spoločnosti mali urobiť interne, aby sme prelomili túto psychologickú bariéru a prestali si ľudia myslieť, že krajiny ako Slovensko nie sú proste na konci sveta, ale je to pekné miesto, kde sa dá žiť a sú veľkou príležitosťou. No, veľký rozdiel je, keď sem ľudia už prídu. Mali sme tu veľa zákazníkov, Deutsche Telekom, zamestnancov. A keď sem prídu prvýkrát, keď prišli prvýkrát do Košíc, tak to, čo čakali, bolo ako také nejaké chatrčové mestečko na hraniciach s Ukrajinou. A potom zrazu videli, o čom to je. Začali sa stretávať s ľuďmi a videli vášeň a toho ducha, tak to úplne zmenilo ich perspektívu. A videl som to u nás, videl som to v Deutsche Telekomu s mnohými klientmi, ktorí prišli do Košíc a nech už robili akúkoľvek prácu s našimi týmami. Keď prišli, videli to prostredie, tak to skutočne zmenilo ten ich pohľad. A preto ľudia aj sa vracajú, preto sa to ľuďom páči. A hovoril si o tej prvej veci, čo mi nápadlo. Tak ja už som bol predtým v Košiciach. Ja som tu úplne prvýkrát bol vo februári 2012. To bola šialená zima, minus 23 stupňov. A potom som sem prišiel v júli 2014, to nebolo minus 23, bolo to plus 38. A napriek tomu som sa vrátila, ale to, keď som to videl, to skutočne tie veci zmenilo a to je tá prvá vec. Stretnúť sa s ľuďmi, vidieť to na vlastné oči, pochopiť, že toto, ako som hovoril, toto není krajina rozdrásaná vojnou. Toto je národ, rozkvitajúci národ v strednej Európe. To skutočne mení veci. Ďakujem veľmi. Máme dve otázky na slajde. Čo je úloha obcí, aby zvýšili atraktivitu pre investorov, ale aj pre talentovaných ľudí? Aj pre človeka, ako som ja, o ktorých je dobre postarané zo strany spoločnosti, tak na strane investorov a talentovaných ľudí je dostať ľudí do vzdelania. Tak a ten náš vzdelávací projekt s Národnou školou v Košiciach. A druhá vec je podporná sieť. Čiže dať ich do kontaktu s ľuďmi, ktorí sú v podobnej fáze života, majú podobné skúsenosti a to je veľmi dôležité. A myslím si, že košický magistrát sa prebudil a založili také expat centrum a to je jeden z tých konkrétnych krokov, ktoré treba. Bolo jednoduchšie pre teba ako zahraničného vlastne prísť autom a nájsť si tu bývanie. No ja som si nekúpil auto, to neviem posúdiť, kúpil som si dom. A to bolo úplne hladké. Teraz sa snažím kúpiť dom v Holandsku a je to takmer nemožné. A to v Košiciach to nebolo len kvôli cene, ale celkovo to išlo hladko. Samozrejme, že to neplatí pre všetkých. Nekúpil som tu 1000 domov, ale pre mňa ten proces bol úplne hladký. Myslím si, že je to jednoduchšie ako v iných krajinách. Môžete ma opraviť, neviem. A posledná otázka, čo vám najviac chýba? V súčasnosti, keď je tu tak teplúčko, tak si snažím dať pivko. V zime nám najviac budú chýbať hory, aby sme mohli s deťmi ísť von. To bude oveľa ťažšie. A potom, jasné, že neviem posúdiť Bratislavu, ale čo sa týka Košíc, veľmi sa mi páčilo to, ako je to všetko na jednom mieste. Je to malé mesto, 250 000 ľudí, ale nemáte pocit toho malého mesta. Má to 3 univerzity, operu, hlavné námestie. To je niečo, čo mi bude chýbať, lebo je všetko po ruke. A stromy, deckami, samozrejme už nekalím, už nežurujem v kluboch, tak to už mám za sebou a pre mňa v mojej životnej fáze tak to bolo dokonalé mesto, takže Daniel Gibel, Global Delivery Executive. Ďakujem pekne za to, že som mohol prísť a za to, že ste ma počúvali. A než znovu prestavíme pódium, ďakujem ešte raz, Daniel, tak chcel by som povedať, že AmCham je veľkým advokátom pre regionálny rozvoj a Daniel zdôraznil párkrát projekt, to nie je žiadne tajomstvo, medzinárodná škola v Košiciach, ktorú iniciovala AmCham a ďalší zahraničný investor. A táto škola by mohla ponúkať vzdelávanie pre deti, zamestnancov, ktorí prichádzajú, či už v tých exekutívnych úlohách, alebo by mohli dokonca byť aj zamestnaní v tomto vzdelávacom centre. No, myslím si, že už to máme skoro hotové a pozrime sa na miestnú príťažlivosť a branding. O tom budeme ďalej hovoriť a rád by som pozval troch ctených panelistov. Shoshana Bramlett, CEO ING Hub Slovakia. Carlos Garrido Pedras, Head of European Business Services v Holcime. A posledným panelistom Wolfgang Fischer, CEO Bratislava Competence Center Zurich Insurance Company. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne. Ak by vám to nevadilo, ešte než začneme s týmto panelom, tak vám poskytnem nejaké úvodné informácie. Trošku som vydesil našich panelistov, že všetko, čo je publikované na internete, sú verejné informácie a povedal som, že ich budem konfrontovať so všetkým a s hocičím na internete. Našiel som taký malý príbeh na internete, chcem vám ho povedať, možno nebude krátky, ale chcem sa oň podeliť, ako veľké spoločnosti sa nachádzajú v malých krajinách ako Slovensko. Pýtal som sa internet, že prečo som si vybral Slovensko. Nevedel som, že či sa to pýtajú mňa alebo spoločnosti. Ľudia si mýlili Slovensko so Slovinskom, Československom a keby tá otázka bola pre mňa, tak ja milujem halušky a keby tá otázka mala ísť pre spoločnosť, tak vybrali sme si Slovensko, pretože je v srdci Európy, ale aj kvôli tomu, že sú tam múdri a usilovní ľudia. Stretol som sa na Slovensku s talentovanými ľuďmi a napriek tomu, že je to malá krajina, má obrovský potenciál. Ktože to povedal? Kto? Wolfgang, je to tvoj citát z LinkedInu. A o tomto sa chcem rozprávať na tomto paneli, takže všetci ste boli svedkami tej situácie, že vaša spoločnosť rastie, podniká na Slovensku a Wolfgang, začnem s vami. Vaša spoločnosť fungovala v Bratislave a nedávno ste sa rozhodli expandovať. Viete nám povedať niečo, respektíve povedzte nám nejakú tú emóciu, ktorá stojí za tým, a v hlavách vášho vedenia, keď prišli ste s tým nápadom, že expandovať, a aké to bolo jednoduché, alebo aké to bolo ťažké?
Bolo to celkom pozitívne, ale rozhodnutie samozrejme bolo tu lokálne, aby sme expandovali do Košic. Dôvod je, že mali sme veľké množstvo otvorených pozícií, naozaj veľké množstvo pozícií, ale nevedeli sme nájsť tých správnych ľudí. Navyše sme stratili veľké množstvo ľudí, ktorí chceli pracovať na diaľku, ešte pred covidom. A ja chcem pracovať z Košíc, mám tam rodinu. Bohužiaľ, firma povedala, nie je to možné. Maximálne 2 dni do týždňa, a nie 5. Odišli od nás. No a potom to bolo pred covidom. A počas covidu sa to všetko zmenilo. Museli sme samozrejme všetkým umožniť, aby pracovali až do 5 dní týždenne, aby pracovali kdekoľvek sú, či už z Maďarska, z Českej republiky alebo zo Slovenska. Bolo to, samozrejme, boli sme prinútení. No. Potom sme si uvedomili, že možno keby sme otvorili pracovné miesta po celom Slovensku, že by to mohlo byť celkom prospešné. No dobre, ale potom povedal niekto, že hej, fajn, ale nemáme v Košicách kanceláriu. Potrebujeme Potrebovali sme otvoriť niečo na skúšku v Košiciach, nejaký coworkingový priestor pre, dajme tomu, 10 ľudí, aby sme zistili naozaj, koľko ľudí z tých, ktorí nájdeme v Košiciach a najmeme, bude využívať toto miesto. Len tak na skúšku. Ale 90% pozícií sme otvorili pre celoslovensko, dokonca aj susedné krajiny, aby sme videli, koľko ľudí z Košic bude mať záujem. A všimli sme si, že veľké množstvo, lebo sme si uvedomili, že už v minulosti od nás odišlo veľa ľudí práve na východ a v severovýchod Slovenska kvôli tomu, že nemohli byť s rodinou. Takže takto sme došli k nášmu rozhodnutiu. Šošana, my sme včera boli na večeri pracovnej a vy ste mi porozprávali svoj životný príbeh a teraz robíte pre ING, takže povedzte aj teraz publiku, aký vlastne bol ten životný príbeh a ako ste sa dostali sem na Slovensku a ako ste zareagovali, keď ste sa prvý raz dozvedeli, že môžete pracovať na Slovensku. Áno, o tomto som včera presne hovorila na večeri s Wolfgangom a s vami. Mal veľmi podobný príbeh, pretože môj šéf neprišiel za mňou. Ja som prišla za ním a požiadala som o preradenie na Slovensko. Ja som pracovala s tímom tu na Slovensku už od roku 2012 a v tom období som často navštevovala Bratislavu, prirodzene, aby som bola aj v kontakte s môjim tímom. A pred Bratislavou som robila na Filipínach a z Filipín som často bola v úzkej komunikácii s tímom v Bratislave a bol som nesmierne silný dojem na mňa urobila profesionalita a pracovitosť ľudí tu na Slovensku, tu v Bratislave a povedal som si, tak to je prostredie, v ktorom by som strašne rada pracovala a kde to sú ľudia, s ktorými by sa mi lepšie pracovala a rozvíjala aj moju vlastnú kariéru. Takže ty si jeden z mála ľudí, ktorí požiadali o preloženie na Slovensko. Dobre, Carlos, vy riadite prevádzku firmy Holcim v Košiciach, ale cestujete dosť veľa. Cestujete veľa medzi Košicemi a Zürichom, kde máte vlastne riaditeľstvo, centrálu. Nejaká spätná väzba, aký bol pocit pre vás, pre španielského občana, aby sa musel presťahovať do tejto časti sveta? Čo sa vám páči, čo sa vám nepáči? No, v prvom rade som nesmierne šťastný, že mám tento zmiešaný život medzi viacerými mestami a miestami a krajinami a počúval som tú prezentáciu o Košiciach, o tom, ako sú skrytým drahokamom, čo je úplná pravda. Niekedy by som povedal, že až príliš dobre skrytým. A to by mohol byť skvelý slogan pre cestovný ruch. Možno to nie je až taký dobrý slogan pre biznis. A Šošana má pravdu, že to tajomstvo je, že sú tam skvelí ľudia. A pošlite tam tých ľudí a oni zistia, akí skvelí ľudia tam bývajú na týchto miestach. Ale samozrejme, potrebujete veľa šťastia, aby ste tých ľudí najprv presvedčili, aby to vôbec zvážili. A tá komunikácia a transfer, to sú tie kľúčové veci, ktoré by sa mohli nejakým spôsobom vylepšiť. Myslím dopravu, transfer ako možnosti dopravy. Pretože ja napríklad osobne cestujem nesmierne veľa po celej Európe, ale pohyb po Košiciach a okolí je celkom výzva, takže moje posolstvo obciam a starostom je vylepšiť komunikáciu a dopravu a mnoho ľudí z Košíc sme pozvali na túto diskusiu, ale len málo ľudí sem prišlo, čo je skutočnosť sama o sebe. Takže Košice sú skvelé, ale dajte tomu pokus aj pre úrady, aj Sário. Je tu jeden problém, ktorý ešte nie je doriešený. Takže sú tu ľudia zo Sário, som si istý, že veľmi pozorne počúvajú. A máme tu aj niekoľko ľudí z Košic, pokiaľ viem, v publiku a pokiaľ viem, je tu aj jeden zástupca Košickej univerzity osobne a hovorí, že je bližšie z Košic do Bratislavy ako z Bratislavy do Košic, čo je taký interný vtip. Veľa ľudí hovorí, že je oveľa ľahšie ísť pre Košičanov do Bratislavy ako pre Bratislavov do Košic. Samozrejme, ja nemám tú skúsenosť, takže nemôžem to komentovať. Teraz otázka pre všetkých z vás. Wolfgang, vy ste sa toho už dotkli vo vašej poznámke, keď ste hovorili, že vaša spoločnosť strácala talentovaných ľudí, ktorí chceli ísť domov za svojou rodinou na východné Slovensko. Možno to je aj pre iné spoločnosti, sa to platí. Takže poskytnúť ľuďom možnosť cestovať po celej Európe 10 dní a pracovať na diaľku. Čo si o tom myslíte? Niektorí ľudia hovoria, že to je príliš zima, iní ľudia to milujú, pretože radi lyžujú v zime. A možno, že by niekto povedal, na zimu sa presťahujem na Malorku, alebo niekde do teplej časti Európy a budem 6 mesiacov pracovať z Malorky. Myslíte, že by to bolo problematické z hľadiska vašej firmy? V našej spoločnosti už veľké množstvo zamestnancov nás o to žiadalo a niektorí to nejakým spôsobom už zaviedli do praxe. Napríklad pracovať na projekte z Malorky alebo z Chorvátska jeden celý mesiac. Takže veľký dopyt zo strany našich zamestnancov a strácame veľké množstvo šikovných ľudí, ak im neumožníme takúto prácu. Absolútne súhlasím, 100% súhlasím. Myslím si, že je veľké množstvo chutí objavovať svet zo strany mladých ľudí, talentovaných mladých ľudí. A zároveň máme veľké množstvo pobočiek, lokalít po celej Európe. A bolo by to skvelé umožniť týmto ľuďom, aby cestovali, získavali skúsenosti v týchto iných tímoch, potom sa vrátili a podelili sa o tieto skúsenosti a znalosti aj tu na Slovensku, alebo aj kdekoľvek inde. Takže ja vidím iba plusy na tomto koncepte. Áno, ja absolútne súhlasím. Potrebujeme len otvoriť trošku naše myslenie a pozbudiť ľudí. A je to skvelý nápad, ktorý by sme mali presadzovať. A myslím si, že je tu dôležitá téma. Naši ľudia by mohli byť ambasádormi Slovenska, aby hovorili medzi týmito ľuďmi v iných krajinách, aby presvedčili iných ľudí z iných krajín, že je naozaj skvelé žiť a pracovať na Slovensku. Dnes sme o tomto diskutovali, že značka Slovenska je pravdepodobne celkom dobrá, čo sa týka biznisu. Vidíme samozrejme celkom slušné priame zahraničné investície. Napriek tomu sa nedostáva dokonca ani do longlistov mnohých veľkých investorov. A aké konverzácie sú, alebo čo ľudia hovoria vo vašich centrálach, ak vôbec niečo hovoria, keď príde téma Slovensko? Šošana? No, sú tam pozitívne aj menej pozitívne komentáre. Myslím si, že z toho pozitívneho hľadiska, čo naše týmy na centrále, máme centrálu v Amsterdame, tak čo v Amsterdame sa oceňuje na Slovensku je blízkosť. Blízkosť, napríklad ja, aby som sa dostala domov do Holandska, idem na autobus 15 minút na letisko a za hodinu a pol som v Holandsku na letisku. A to je skvelé. A tá blízkosť umožňuje, že týmy sú oveľa bližšie k sebe, lepšie chápeme našich klientov a nemali by sme zabúdať ani na to, že Slovensko je krajinou v eurozóne a je to členský štát Európskej únie, čo tiež veľmi, veľmi pomáha, čo sa týka GDPR a vlády zákona, čo je skvelá výhoda Slovenska v porovnaní s Filipínami, alebo Poľskom, alebo Rumunskom, ktoré euro nemajú. A Carlos a ja sme sa počas prestávky o tom rozprávali. Keď hovorím s kolegami v Amsterdame o Filipínach versus teda naša prevádzka na Slovensku, vždy rovnaká reakcia. A reakcia je, milujem Filipíny, každý je tam tak šťastný. A Slovensko? Veľmi profesionálni ľudia. A myslím si, že tá energia, tá pozitívna energia, ten optimizmus, usmievajúci sa ľudia, to je veľmi presvedčivá vec. Z hľadiska našich ľudí, čo pracujú u nás na centrále, to znamená, že musíme urobiť oveľa viac na Slovensku vo všeobecnosti. A teraz hovorím z perspektívy našej firmy, ale aj z perspektívy mňa ako osoby, ale aj z hľadiska Košic ako mesta alebo Slovenska ako krajiny. Musíme presvedčiť ostatných, aká skvelá krajina sme. A všetky tie výhody, ktoré táto krajina ponúka. Pretože Košice sú možno skrytým drahokamom, ale tým je aj celé Slovensko. A je ešte veľa práce, ktoré by sa dalo urobiť pri propagovaní krajiny, nielen z hľadiska biznisu, ale z hľadiska života na Slovensku. Že sa tu oplatí žiť. Karlo, súhlasíte? Že Slováci sú menej zábavní a menej usmievaví? Áno, áno, uznávam. Značka Slovenska je trochu z hľadiska biznisu celkom dobrá. Ale čo sa týka známosti a popularity a ľudskosti, nie až tak. Niekoľko príkladov by som vám mohol dať, ale len tak na ilustráciu. Slovensko je jednou z mála krajín, ktorá nemá sprievodcu Lonely Planet. Jedna z mála krajín na celom svete, kde neexistuje sprievodca z edície Lonely Planet. A samozrejme ľudia si ju zamieňajú s inými krajinami. A Slovensko je jedna z mála krajín, ktoré sa neúčastňuje Eurovízie. A všetky tieto skutočnosti sú to anekdotické veci, ale neprispieva to k budovaniu imidžu a značky tej krajiny ako takej. A pritom je to tak skvelá krajina. Ale je tu istá... Limp? Aha. Je tu istý prvok akéhosi... Aha, že sa sami obmedzujeme svoj potenciál. Máme tu veľké množstvo potenciálu, ktorý musíme vnútorne odblokovať. Mať dostatok sebadôvery a sebavedomia ísť von a predať samých seba a všetko, čo robíme. Robíte, hej. Ak toto prekonáte, tak budúcnosť by mohla byť skvelá pre Slovensko. Veľmi, veľmi jasná. Ako Nemecko vníma... Prepáčte, Švajčiarsko. No, ja som vyrastol... Súhlasím s kolegami. Čo sa týka pracovnej perspektívy, ľudia sú vnímaní skvele. Sú to pracanti. Ale čo sa týka tejto ľudskej stránky, tak áno, máme potenciál mať šťastný kanceláriu so šťastnými usmievavými ľuďmi, ale čo sa ľuďom nepáči na niektorých krajinách, že vždy vidíme skôr pohár poloprázdny ako poloplný, v porovnaní so Španielskom napríklad, kde je oveľa viac entuziazmu, ale celkovo ľudia veľmi radi spolupracujú so Slovákmi. Slovenská mentalita je veľmi pracovitá. Slováci sú pragmatickí, makajú, pracajú tvrdo a to nemáte všade. Nie je to bežné v iných krajinách. Máte to aj v iných krajinách, ale nie je tak koncentrované ako tu. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne. Otázka z publika.
Ako by obce a miestne orgány mohli vám pomôcť v zvýšení atraktivity toho miestneho prostredia? Carlos. Máme tu takéto nosnú úlohu komunikácie, aby sa Slovensko dostalo na mapu. Nielen východné Slovensko, to je jasné, ale aj Bratislava. Myslím si, že orgány by mali investovať do komunikácie a potom na tej mäkkej strane, Robert Zosaria to už hovoril, využívať všetky kanály, ktoré sa majú potom ten znásobujúci efekt na značku. To nie je len o biznise alebo o tej brožúre s tvrdými údajmi. Je to o tom byť všade. Lebo ľudia sa prepájajú s rôznymi ľuďmi a my musíme pospájať aj tieto jednotlivé časti, aby sme zvýšili popularitu, pretože všetko sa na konci dňa pretaví do biznisu a my musíme skúšať rôzne kanály. Šošana. Mali sme tu zástupcu magistrátu, zástupcov. Prebieha nejaký dialog, alebo mohol by urobiť magistrát Bratislavy, aby Bratislavu propagoval ako miesto. A takisto, keď potrebujete nejakú špecifickú zručnosť, ktorú neviete nájsť tu, ale je dostupná niekde inde. Aké je to ľahké alebo ťažké presvedčiť toho človeka, aby sa presťahoval sem. Tu sú dve veci a vyjadrím sa k tomu, o čom hovoril Carlos o komunikácii. My sme si ako NG všimli, že počas a aj po pandémii, dúfame, dosť veľa profesionálnych Slovákov, ktorí žili mimo Slovenska, sa vrátili a pridali sa k nám v ING. hľadali medzinárodnú spoločnosť, medzinárodnou kultúrou a tak ďalej. A to je skvelé. A veľmi sme z toho mali radosť, že sa k nám vrátili a že nás podporujú a pomáhajú nám rozvíjať profesionalitu v našej organizácii. Na druhej strane mince vidíme veľmi veľa mladých ľudí a absolventov, ktorí odchádzajú zo Slovenska v momente, ako skončia školu, lebo chcú získať tú medzinárodnú skúsenosť, vysťahovať sa mimo tejto malej peknej dedinky v hlavného mesta a do veľkého sveta. A pokiaľ ide o komunikáciu a hlavne s mladými ľuďmi v krajine a s krajinou ako celkom, čo môže Slovensko ponúknuť, keď človek ostane, čo pre vás môžeme urobiť z pohľadu kariéry. Tak my v ING hovoríme máme 26 jazykmi a máme u nás 32 rôznych národností a to nenájdete vo mnohých krajinách. Takže odísť zo Slovenska, lebo chcete zažiť medzinárodný svet a prostredie, na to nemusíte ísť inám než do Bratislavy, k nám, a hlavne s našimi centrami zdieľaných služieb. Tu je ten medzinárodný svet, sme rodinou nádherného prostredia, nádhernej krajine, ale o tom dosť nehovoríme, aby sme si tých talentovaných ľudí udržali. Wolfgang. Slováci sú experti na hokej, futbal a potom sú aj stavitelia, takže poznáme Holcim a ING poznáme, ale Zurich Financial, to nie je veľmi viditeľná spoločnosť na trhu. Aká je pre vás výzva, keď hľadáte ľudí a keď potrebujete talentov nie len na lokálnej úrovni, ale aj medzinárodnej? V Bratislave sme dosť dobre známi. Po 15 rokoch máme tu Rakúsko. Mnohí ľudia chodia do Rakúska a poznajú nás ako značku. V Košiciach je to iný príbeh, lebo tam nás tak neznajú a pýtali sa ma, že čo je Zurich, ale máme tu Swiss Re. Nemajú žiaden maloobchodný trh a majú 2000 zamestnancov. A viete byť úspešní na Slovensku, aj keď nie ste prítomní v maloobchodnom sektore, ale musíte byť prítomní. Napríklad sponzorujeme webliny pre Redutu, pre primáciálny palác. Takže aj takto nás poznávajú. Potom máme ČSOB, Štefánek a tam napríklad tam cez Zeň sa zase propaguje ČSOB. Takže sú určité metódy, ktoré môžete využiť ako finančná inštitúcia. A keď sú ľudia s nami spokojní, tak sa porozprávajú so svojimi kolegami a všetci sa poznajú. Ak ste dobrý zamestnávateľ, tak ľudia sa o vás dozvedia a keď to pokašlete, tiež sa to dozvedia. Pre nás to nie je vôbec problém alebo veľký problém byť prítomný v tom maloobchodnom trhu. Spomínali ste, že Slováci sa pozerajú na veci, že tá na pohár ako poloprázdny, nie poloplný. Aký je dobrý príklad z Zurichu? No ja som dobrý príklad, lebo ja predávam Slovensko. A takisto aj čo by dlhodobého hľadiska mohli by sme sa pozrieť na to, čo by vláda mohla urobiť lepšie. Mali sme svoje výročie, prenajali sme Redutu, krásne miesto, pozval som dôležitých ľudí a potom ďalší deň sme mali večerok v Aukafe. Ľuďom sa to veľmi páčilo. Jeden z členov boardu mi povedal, že fantastické to boli tie party, ale na ďalší večer si prenajal taxík, aby sa povozil a pozrel sa, že ako to vyzerá v Bratislave a nebolo to také dokonalé a je tu veľa čo zlepšovať, rozpadnuté chodníky, veci, ktoré sa dajú relatívne ľahko opraviť. To nedáva to dobrý pohľad. Áno, dalo by sa toho ešte veľa zlepšiť. Šošana, vy ako CEO, možno ste počuli veľa výhovoriek od svojich zamestnancov, prečo sa veci nedajú robiť. Ako vy vlastne sklbujete ten váš mindset, to nastavenie mysle, že veci sa dajú s tým nastavením, že to sa nedá, nie je to možné. V ING máme veľa inovačných programov a jeden sa volá PACIT. Je to náš domáci produkt a spôsob, akým pracujeme, kde kombinujeme skúsenosti klientov, jeho cestu a Sigma a ďalšie komponenty. A máme jednoznačné také sedenia, workshopy, že kde si nastavíme nejaký problém, ktorý nevieme vyriešiť. Je to poldňový alebo celodňový workshop a povieme si, že aké sú všetky možné problémy. To robíme počas doobedia a dobre. A potom uznáme, že ten problém je, ale nie je akceptovateľný a ako ho pretavíme do riešenia pre našich klientov. A tento posun mysle je, že keď vidíme problém, dáme ho nabok a potom sa rozprávame iba o riešeniach, ako náš klient vyzerá, keď zažili niečo dobré, čo sme urobili, a potom vedomo sa posúvame od problémov k riešeniam a to je veľmi nápomocné. A čo som zistila, často v takýchto štrukturovaných organizáciách vidíme ako takú vec kultúry našej organizácie a máme to v DNA vlastne, že sa posúvame od problémov k riešeniam. No, z cenového hľadiska sa hovorí, že Slovensko nie je veľmi konkurencieschopné, ale čo sa týka zručností, čo sa týka inovácií, tak sa nám darí dobre. Chcete komentovať náklady alebo konkurencieschopnosť? No, Slovensko je dobre pre hodnota za peniaze a preto sme tu. Keby sme sa bavili len o cene alebo nákladoch, tak všetci prehráme. Je množstvo miest na zemi, ktoré pracujú lacno, ale aj horšie, s horšou kvalitou. Áno, mali by sme tu ostať, ale nemali by sme sa nejak uväzniť v diskusii o tom, prečo tu ostávame. Treba tvrdo makať na to, aby sme vlastne prinášali väčšiu pridanú hodnotu a potom môžeme pracovať aj na nákladoch, pokiaľ je to možno posledná časť otázky.
Je dosť konferenčných centier, aby sme organizovali konferencie alebo veľké žúry pre zamestnancov v Bratislave alebo v Košiciach. Máte pocit, že tu dostatok takýchto zariadení, urobiť napríklad vianočnú party pre vašich zamestnancov. Áno. Je tu veľké množstvo skvelých miest. Musíte len hovoriť so svojimi zamestnancami. Napríklad, keď si pozrite Bratislavský kraj, nájdete veľké množstvo veľmi vhodných a veľmi špecifických lokalít. Len musíte sa pýtať tých správnych ľudí. Myslím si, že začína to byť celkom veľká výzva, keď už sa dostávame na 1200 pracovníkov a som si istý, že vy v AT&T máte rovnaký problém, ale na našu letnú party sme sa presťahovali na dostihovú dráhu v Petržalke a tam je dostatok miesta. Tiché disco, silent disco je skvelá vec. Ak chcete, musíte to vyskúšať, to je perfektné. Vianočná party, vianočný večerok pre všetkých zamestnancov bude trošku väčšou výzvou, ale ak je tu niečo, čo by mohla bratislavský magistrát urobiť, no samozrejme, uvítame to, prosím, to by bolo skvelé. Carlos, vianočná party v kultúrparku je vždy veľmi príjemná skúsenosť. Nie? Súhlasíte? My sme mali v podstate letnú party priamo v kancelárii na streche nášho sídla. Možno niektorí vlastne tam boli a bolo to naozaj skvelé. Je to veľmi pekná lokalita. Je to vlastne na streche budovy na Hlavnej ulici v Košiciach, takže to zamestnanci veľmi ocenili, ale samozrejme, cez Vianoce budeme musieť ísť niekde inde. Vonku sa to až tak nedá, prirodzene cez Vianoce. Takže samozrejme, áno, Košice sú limitované z toho hľadiska, čo sa týka počtu zamestnancov, ale určite by sme uvítali, keby niečo také bolo. Ako nastaviť výšku miest aj pre management, aj pre zamestnancov, keď sa platia tak vysoké dane? No, to je dobrá otázka. Otázka za milión. Je to náročné? Áno je. Áno je. Šošana? Myslím si, že tak ako povedal Carlos, musíme akceptovať dane tak, aké sú. Prostredie pre podnikanie je celkom pozitívne nastavené na Slovensku ako z celkového hľadiska. A keď hovoríme o platoch, vždy je to samozrejme hodnota za peniaze. Máme veľkú sesterskú spoločnosť na Filipínach. A samozrejme, Filipíny sú oveľa lacnejšie ako Slovensko. Ale tu na Slovensku my napríklad teraz poskytujeme globálne funkcionality a zodpovedáme pre globálne funkcie po celom svete. Pre ING samozrejme. A to napríklad na Filipínach nám nemôžu ponúknuť. Takisto máme naša pobočka poskytuje naozaj obrovské množstvo hodnoty za tie peniaze, ktoré to v spoločnosť stojí. Takže som si istá, že to je výhodné. Mali sme tu vedúceho úradu, magistrátu. Aká by bola jedna vec, ktorú by mal zmeniť? Propagovať Slovensko a Bratislavu oveľa viac. Zbuďte pozitívny pocit smerujúci k krajine, zvýšiť povedomie. Myslím, že nie je úlohou len priťahovať investorov a peniaze zvonka, ale možno aj ich udržať, aby tu ostali. To je, myslím si, veľmi dôležité. To znamená udržať talentovaných ľudí na Slovensku, aby nešli mimo Slovenska, pretože si myslia, že v tej inej krajine je to oveľa krajšie alebo lepšie. No, ako Španiel, to môžem porovnať so Španielskom a v podstate veľmi málo ľudí chce žiť v Španielsku. Je to výzva aj pre Španielsko, poviem vám úprimne. A hovoril som s ľuďmi tu v kancelárii, aj s ľuďmi, ktorých sa stretávam, či už pracovne alebo inak. Ale mám pocit, že veľké množstvo ľudí má tú ašpiráciu, že chcú odísť zo Slovenska. To je veľká škoda. Isté percento, samozrejme, pozitívne je to súčasťou akejsi kultúrno-ľudskej výmeny. To je normálne, ale až príliš veľa ľudí, mám pocit, že chce odísť. Lebo si myslí, že vonku je to lepšie, že inej krajine je to lepšie. A to je veľká škoda pre Slovensko. Šošana, je nejaký program v rámci vašej spoločnosti, kde podporujete výmenu zamestnancov alebo nejakú rotáciu medzinárodnú? Áno, iste. A aký úspešní ste pri presviečaní ľudí, aby zo zahraničia, aby prišli robiť sem na Slovensko? Áno, samozrejme, máme takéto programy, alebo takéto niekoľko programov, ktoré sú takto zamerané a posielali sme ľudí, no v podstate od konca covidu, hej, sa to rozbehlo po celej Európe, predovšetkým do Luxemburska, Belgicka, Nemecka, kde máme veľké pobočky, kde je veľké množstvo príležitostí, aby sa niečo nové naučili. A bola som veľmi šťastná, keď som hovorila, a veľmi spokojná, že som mohla hovoriť s ľuďmi zo Sario a podporiť oveľa silnejšiu výmenu medzi našim tímom na Filipínach a tu na Slovensku. Takže to určite výrazne prispeje k tomuto pohybu talentovaných ľudí. Takže áno, máme veľké množstvo takýchto príležitostí a čo je skvelá vec, je, že dáva to týmto mladým ľuďom príležitosť, aby mali tú medzinárodnú skúsenosť, ale vrátili sa a podelili sa o túto medzinárodnú skúsenosť s kolegami na Slovensku. To je vždy skvelé. A hovorili ste aj počas nášho večere, že ste hovorili s Albertom Šimončičom na túto tému a to je naozaj skvelé, že ste mu poslali zoznam, že som poskytol zoznam ľudí, ktorí z Filipín sa chcú sem presťahovať na Slovensko. Takže je tu nápad zo slajdu, že Bionic X Sphere v Šamoríne blízko Bratislavy je dostatočne veľké zariadenie, ktoré pojme všetkých vašich zamestnancov. Mali by Slováci skúsiť natočiť lepší film, ako je Hostel alebo Eurotrip, aby zmenili vnímanie Slovenska? Áno, rozhodne. Čokoľvek urobíte, pomôže. Aj negatívne?
Myslím, že existuje toľko fantastických príbehov, ktoré počujem od kolegov a kolegyň. A také tie fantastické športy, ktoré sa tu robia. Myslím si, že tu by sa našlo veľké množstvo super príbehov. Čo vaši rodiny, príslušníci, príbuzní priatelia chodia na Slovensko? Áno, ja som bol šťastný. Som veľmi rád počúval o Bardejove. Neviem, koľký z vás poznáte ten región na východe Slovenska. Ja som ambasádorom skutočne Slovenska a veľmi exotický som pre mojich kamarátov teda v Španielsku. Áno, pravidelne chodia a objavujú poklady Slovenska. Áno, Wolfgang, môj syn, každý rok ho od 8 rokov vodím na Slovensko. Už teraz má 18 a miluje krajinu. Išli sme do Slovenského rája, krížom krážom a je veľkým. Takže Slovenský raj je exotický pre všetkých. Áno, keď sa nebojíte výšok, tak áno. A Šošana 100%, jasné. Všetci moji priatelia z Holandska, moja rodina dokonca z Ameriky. Oni sem prídu budúci rok, takže áno, som veľkou propagáteľ. Veľmi často propagujem, prepáčte, Slovensko. Zastupujete úspešné spoločnosti, propagujete Slovensko. Čo ďalej? Rásť udržateľným spôsobom, mať dostatok ľudí, to je môj plán na 2024. Carlos, asi to isté. Príležitosti sú, rast je možný a musíme to uchopiť správnym spôsobom. No, nielen, že by sme chceli rásť v číslach, tak chceme skutočne rásť z pohľadu našej globálnej expertízy a prítomnosti. Už máme asi 130 úloh rôznych v našej spoločnosti, kde sme zodpovední za rôzne aktivity na globálnej úrovni a chceme to významným spôsobom rozšíriť v nadchádzajúcich rokoch. Ďakujem veľmi pekne za to, že ste prišli a za to, že ste sa podelili o osobné príbehy a výzvy. Šošana Bramlett, CEO ING Hub Slovakia. Carlos Carrido Pedras, Head of European Businesses at Holcim. A Wolfgang Fischer, CEO Bratislava Zurich Insurance Company. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne. No a budeme pokračovať našou ďalšou prezentáciou udržateľnosť, rast a príležitosti. Nič z toho nie je možné robiť bez ESG. To je tajný svet.
ESG are 3 letters.
ESG sú 3 písmená, ktoré pravdepodobne poznáte, videli ste ich a možno tušíte, čo znamenajú, ale je to dôležité pre biznis a ako dôležité je ESG pre biznis, tak to si vypočujeme od Erike Vitalošovej, Senior Manager Capital Markets and Accounting Advisory Services at PwC na Slovensku. Well, I have agreed that I'll present in Slovak, although the presentation is in English, as it has been said. The last part of our conference is on ESG and what does it mean for shared service centers. This is the answer. Basically, it's a regulatory and compliance, and it's the opportunity how to tap onto ESG for attracting for talent pool, for creating centers of excellence. That would also focus on ESG, and last but not least, increasing the value of the shared service center and the company itself. I will come back to those 3 points, and in the upcoming minutes, I'll give you more information, and then I'll wrap it up. To start with, to be on the same page, let's define ESG. It is an abbreviation standing for environment, social, and governance. That means management and leading of the companies. ESG is a framework or principles that need to be implemented into the company strategy for raising its value through implementing new goals of the company that would focus on identifying, assessment, and risk management related to sustainability. And not only risks, but also opportunities. ESG equals basically sustainability, or in the past it was CSR, but the range of topics we talk about and that fall under this framework is much broader. Under the environment pillar, we include waste management, carbon footprint. I also often hear the companies ask, how should I cut my carbon footprint? What are the right strategies, what I can do in order to improve as a company my performance in environment and how to reduce negative impact on the environment that we live in the society, as a society. Social, 55% of, sorry, 50.5% representation of women in shared service centers. This is one of the key topics and areas of social, and I'm very glad that we have got to this point, to this shared representation or equal representation of genders. This is great result. But there are other topics under the social pillar. 9% of foreign employees coming from other countries, but Slovakia. In the past, the figure was higher, but due to objective reasons, it was dropping. It's relatively high representation of foreigners in comparison to other companies in the industry, and it also proves the fact that shared service centers can integrate employees from other countries into their culture. Governance. Many companies focus on representation of men and women in the leadership and the top management. Tax transparency is another topic that is very important for international corporations and shared service centers. Last but not least, ethics and code of conduct in a given company that is introduced in the policy of the company. So there are many topics like this, and I've just pointed to those that resonate the most and maybe are the easiest to grasp. But it's not only about what I was talking about. The pool is much broader. ESG is a framework that should be implemented into each and every company and corporation, not only shared service centers. Most of the corporations are undergoing ESG transformation currently, and like in other transformations, first you need to have strategy where we are right now, so analyze the current situation. You need to know the ecosystem, the legislative framework, What are the basic pieces of legislation and regulations I need to comply with? Then only then you should draft your strategies. Some companies are open to risks, the others are risk averse. For some, they want to walk an extra mile, others just want to keep the minimum. Some want to be trendsetters, others just want to comply with what is inevitable. So each and every, and also the same is applicable to the shared business centers. They all have their own strategy. Once I have strategy, action plan, how I want to cut my carbon footprint, I am going to change combustion engines for electrical engines. Am I going to move to a green to ecologically efficient public building, and we set the trends. And the fourth point, we need to implement everything into practice, and that usually tends to be a problem, and it's not always easy. And not only, it doesn't only depend on the company, but also on the society it works in.
And last but not least is the reporting and communication. At work, I often encounter situations where a number of companies, before escalating, were very active in sustainability, but very few actually communicated their objective. They didn't communicate their KPIs. What's their performance in these KPIs, if they have stated or selected any, and how they benchmark against the competition. So the communication and external reporting was, well, on the last priority, but in order to improve awareness, this is very important, shouldn't be omitted. In the upcoming minutes, I'll be talking exactly about this reporting, because this is something that causes wrinkles and worries to all of us. We are all concerned because this is extremely turbulent, and there's been so many changes, and those changes are far from simple. They're complex, and implementation in practice can be very painful. A high-level overview about what's going on in ESG regulation and reporting is on this slide behind me. On the left side, there's the United States, where the regulation is, let's say, not so strict, and there are not too many rules in place. In the middle, there's the EU. I'll talk about that very soon. And on the right, there are all the other countries of the world where primarily we don't see unification so far. In other countries, the requirements of ESG reporting are usually based on local legislative requirements, and in a great majority of countries, there are no ESG reporting requirements at all. So you can see that there's literally there are limited numbers of requirements for listed companies listed on stock exchange, but in countries like UK and Norway, which are not part of the EU, the requirements are very extensive and very, very demanding. And in a number of cases, they even exceed the demands or requirements of the EU. But returning to the EU, you can see that there's the largest number of bullet points on my slide, and there are indeed a great number of regulations, starting with SFDR, the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. I'm sure you are aware of it. Continuing with the proposed new directive about sustainability of business reporting as such. What I need to say, and I don't want to go into technical details, I don't want to scare you even more than I need, for that matter, but non-financial reporting is not a new thing. It's been here for several years, and the requirement is primarily based in the non-financial reporting directive. There's the NFRD, I'm sure you know it. In Slovak conditions, it's been transposed into the accounting legislation. You can find the information in the part of the legislation that talks about annual reporting. Since this is a directive, it must be transposed to every member state national legislation with some minor changes possible against to what is required in the directive. What matters is that this is a qualitative information reporting, reporting. So there are no compulsory standards for reporting of this information. In other words, companies have free hand. They are free to report what they want and how they want it. So this unification and comparability or benchmarking is not provided by the directive, and that's why the new CSRD directive is now going to be proposed. Also, audit of this information, not compulsory, it's voluntary. So once again, there's not enough, or there's lack of unification in terms of methodology and in terms of benchmarking. In the middle, we have the EU taxonomy. That's a new directive issued this year, which represents a classification system saying which business activities are green, so to say, and which are not green, which are sustainable, which are not sustainable. The taxonomy sets out a large number of technical criteria that needs to be analyzed and evaluated, and business activities need to go through a strict scrutiny so that they can be labeled as green. They must achieve at least 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, 6 objectives which are specified in the taxonomy. There's a set of 6 objectives. And because this is reporting also, the taxonomy requires to publish some KPIs that must be published in the annual reports. At its current stage, the taxonomy is only mandatory for the companies that are in the scope of the existing directive. So basically, we're talking about large subjects of public interest that needs to comply with certain quantitative criteria. What is new, however, and what will be changed soon is the proposed wording of the new directive, CSRD, that significantly extends the scope of companies subject to this reporting obligation. Just for the sake of comparison, currently in the EU there are 11,000 of companies in the NFRD directive. With the coming of the new CSRD, the scope of companies subject to this legislation will include more than 50,000, more than almost 5 times more. Plus, there will be companies that are based outside the EU as long as they have significant operations or establishments in some of the EU member states. So just based on this pure quantity, you can see that a number of entities will be subject to this new legislation. I will have to do something. Another essential change coming with this new directive will include new standards for reporting of sustainability information. Those of you who know accounting and know something about IFRS, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. It's about financial reporting, international standards of financial reporting. So something similar will be now imposed in non-financial reporting. So 30 standards dedicated to various topics that will exactly say what has to be reported, how it has to be reported, with fixed methodology, how to provide information about sustainability of companies. And in practice, this means that in annual reports of your company, there will be several dozens of pages added. So these are really extensive publishings. Great data will have to be published. Digital tagging mandatory, audit mandatory. So there will be a number of compulsory items that companies will have to comply with. We indicate that the first reporting will come for the calendar year 2024. So, in other words, it will be during the year of 2025. A number of you believe, oh, cool, I have enough time for that. However, you need to realize, since the changes are really big, they are sizable, and a number of companies don't have prepared processes, don't have prepared IT systems. They fail to implement internal controls, how to collect the data, how to ensure complexity and accuracy of the data. So I believe that it is time to start dealing with this issue now and not to leave this for the past couple of months. Obviously, the sooner your company is prepared, the more likelihood that you will avoid any negative impact on your employees, the less frustrated employees will be if you implement the things, on the go and not in the last couple of months or weeks. This is the roadmap. As I mentioned, we have some things already in place. Some things came through 2019 and 2020, especially talking about the obligations for financial institutions. The taxonomy came in 2021, last year. At the moment, there's new CSRD directive wording available in October. Preliminary planning is 17th of October. The directive should be published by the EU, and the final wording, therefore, should be known. I firmly believe there will be no major changes against to the preliminary wording, hopefully. Every member state will have to transpose the directive in its national legislation by the end of the next year, and that's the moment when it's absolutely clear whether there are any specifics and national differences from the directive, but we don't expect these specifics to be so outstanding as they are now, which is the goal of the unification of the directive relating to non-financial reporting. In the lower part of my slide, you can see how the scope of entities is increasing. So in the first stage, it's the same companies that have the obligation now, but from 2025, there will be all large companies, so not just those that are subject to public interest, but all large companies. And the next year, after all listed stock exchange listed small and medium-sized enterprises, and then also non-EU entities with turnovers exceeding, I think, 150 million. So with the activities, with significant activities in any EU member state, in other words. And
what does it mean as for centers of shared centers of services? Since it used to be a standardized process, the new directive will clearly define the requirements through the EU standards for reporting sustainability. The centers of shared centers of BSCs have the unique opportunity to become centers of excellence. That means you will be able to prepare a team, to put together a team that will consistently collect data within all entities you have. It will be centrally managed process, aggregated. That means the reporting that will be mandatory will be standardized. You will save money, energy, efforts, unify processes. You will prevent any duplication or sort of like wasted effort. So this is really a unique opportunity. What you need to bear in mind is communication not only via the reporting, but also with your employees. It is very important that your employees know that the shared service centers know that you focus on values, that you understand, that your employees understand what you want to achieve, so that they are not taken by surprise if all of a sudden they will get requirements to collect certain data, so that they will understand the decisions of your company. And through the internal communication, it will not only be about compliance for your employees, but it will be about their active participation in DNA and in creating center of excellence. And of course, it is important for them to understand what ESG is. So when I go back to my original slide, regulation and compliance. You are presented with the new requirements. You need to be compliant, at least compliant, or you can walk an extra mile. You need to be ready when it comes to internal processes, audits. You need to know which data you will need, which you have, you don't have, how to collect the data, how to make the data accessible. Then you get the unique opportunity to create new center of excellence that will focus on non-financial reporting. We've already heard a couple of times whether Slovakia can attract talents. I believe that if we build this center of excellence that will focus on non-financial reporting, And if it is going to be in Slovakia, then this will be great because we do have experience in how to operate in standardized or no standardized processes and how to make standards. We speak multiple languages, and since ESG resonates primarily with younger generations, if I may be this blunt, and your average age is 30.7 years. That means that you really have the majority of young employees who are really interested in sustainability. And you can see that in recruitment, actually, when the job seekers ask about what do you do in ESG and other things, and it has been proven that many new employees, young employees, prefer sustainable employers, and is one of the key factors in their decision making, game changer, so to say. This all sort of like plays into this moment of creating unique opportunity, and it will move you and move the centers of shared services really higher up the ladder, and it will create a bigger value added and will be definitely appreciated not only by the employees but also by other stakeholders. This would be it from my side, and I don't know if we have questions. Thank you, Erika, very much for your presentation. I have already, I was thinking like, oh my God, I was thinking that this would be a piece of cake when I started in this position, but I wouldn't like to start now. Okay, will this reporting be applicable to all branches or only to the mother companies? Well, the exceptions will be possible. I don't want to dive into details, but there will be exceptions if there's consolidation of non-financial reporting that will be in compliance with new directive and new EU standards that are being drafted. A provocative question. Should there be improvement of digital infrastructure on the side of the state and public institutions in order to improve tracking? Well, this is a vicious and difficult question. It is always a question what should be the task and what is accountability of the state. Okay, so there are new obligations, so definitely the state should chip in order to make the implementation of those new requirements smoother and easier. When it comes to the digital infrastructure, the digital tagging through single EU format should allow for the digital aspect of publishing the information. It will be much easier. It will be easier to find information on the internet and also compare it. And you have already mentioned it in your presentation. What should centers of shared services should do? Okay, just in order to prepare for those new requirements. I'm not talking about creating a center of excellence, but in order to really prepare a good non-financial report in 2024 and not to be stressed. I have already mentioned that first you need to start doing the prep work now. You need to know your ESI situation. Where are you right now? What do you have? What you don't have? What do you need to retrieve, or what do you need to get and build? So there's not a single bullet or a silver bullet to that. You need to know where you are standing, what you have, what you don't have, and then how to move on. Okay, I would like to thank Erika Vitalosha, Senior Manager, Capital Markets and Accounting Advisory Services, PwC Slovakia, for her presentation. And before quoting Michael Jackson, this is it, I would like to thank you for your participation in the BSCF conference. We started with an overview about the situation in the BSC industry, and I hope that the data we have presented to you is representative, as it was said by the State Secretary of the Ministry of Economy, Jan Norovec. We discussed with Robert Šimončić how you can do business in Slovakia, how attractive is Slovakia. I was rather positively surprised that they have 65 projects in the pipeline, and many of them are about shared business services centers. So next year we will have more bigger figures. Daniel Gibel was talking about how Slovakia wastes on its potential. The beauties of the Slovak nature, hospitality, all the gems it offers, and also our panelists were saying what are the challenges of being a foreigner in Slovakia, what are the bottlenecks, and Erika was saying what the EU will require from us in the future. If you liked this conference, then spread the word. If there are things we could improve, and tell this to us. My former colleague used to say feedback is a gift. So please give us feedback how we could potentially improve the conference, what we could do for making it better, so that you are not only full of positive information and experiences, but also really positively charged. At the end, I would like to thank to all our partners, 37 companies united in the Shared Business Center Forum, AmCham and Hurricane company, who did this fantastic technical solution, and also the team of AmCham, Peter, Lea, Patrick, Julia, everybody who really worked so much in order to have a smooth run of the conference. And I would like to welcome you to lunch and invite you to lunch. Thank you.